Okay. Okay. All right.
All
I
right.
see it. Okay. I'm hitting go live. We're going live, guys. So, oh, we're live. Wow, that was quick. Usually it takes a bit longer. Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Gravity Max live stream. Today we have a very special episode. It is the election episode, and we're starting early today because it is probably going to shape up to be a long one. So, today we're here with our friend Yui Films, also known as Brendan,
Oh wow.
and we're just going to talk about all these elections because the election's coming up, and we might have Jam pop in for a second. So this is going to be a fun episode. So make sure to leave any comments in the chat so we can talk to you. And yeah, let's just go right ahead. So first we start with the plugs. You know, Gravity Max website, Gravity Max social media, check that out. Also, follow Sebastian on social media and
yeah.
YouTube.
Oh,
He just made a video about socialism and communism. Pretty
did?
cool.
What's the difference? There's,
Yeah, what's the
a
difference?
lot of people get them confused. A lot of people don't understand what the difference is. I'll tell you in about 2 minutes. There you go.
Yeah. So check that out. Really cool channel. And yeah. And then finally, we have A Bottled Up Flame. That's my book. It is out now. And the links are in the description. It's on paperback and ebook, but the paperback is inexplicably just unavailable. It just says this book is not currently available. So hopefully that'll get cleared up in a few days. Amazon has been, with the pandemic, they've had to deliver a lot of things, so they're a bit busy, right? So hopefully that'll get cleared up by next episode, and I can actually tell you guys to get the paperback edition as well, but you can get the Kindle version. But yeah, that's it. Just trying to go quick here so that we don't end up staying here all night. But yeah, so let's begin. A series of unfortunate events. That's the joke. We're talking about a series of elections, and people right now probably view elections negatively just because this one is a pretty stressful event.
Yeah.
Tensions are running high. This is a particularly contentious time period. I mean, we've talked about hyperpartisanship before, and it's just going to be an intense election, it seems like. But we're going to go through the history. Some elections have not been as intense, some have been more intense. So one election, it was actually the reason that the Civil War started. So we're going to get into all that very shortly. So yeah, but let's begin with how presidential elections work in America. So in America, we use the Electoral College to elect president. And the way that works is just that you have a popular vote within one state, and whoever wins the popular vote of that state wins all of the electors of that state. And whoever wins the most electors wins the presidency. So theoretically, electors are people, and these people can vote for whoever they want. But typically, the state legislatures choose people that will vote for the person that won the popular vote of that state. Although there are what they call faithless electors who are just like, nah, I think this guy would be better, and then they just do it. But it's kind of political suicide. You're not going to be chosen again as an elector if you do that. You're going to be kicked out of the Electors Guild, which really just consists of
There's an electors
bigwigs,
guild.
No. There's not a guild, but people who are electors. Electors are sort of random people. They're not actual politicians, but they're I would say just relatives of politicians and stuff. They're just sort of people that they trust typically to vote for the party. So yeah, but the system has been criticized recently. In 2016, it was one of 5 U.S. presidential elections where the winner of the Electoral College was not the winner of the popular vote of the entire nation. And so people have been arguing that we should switch to a popular vote system instead of the Electoral College system. And while others have said that the Electoral College was put in place for a reason, the founding fathers were actually really afraid of too much democracy. They really wanted to be a republic. They wanted to be a democratic republic.
My prediction is that it's going to be the Electoral College is going to be abolished within our lifetime. That's my
Really?
prediction.
The way
they
I see
tried
it-
in the past.
They got very
and it
close.
Got really close.
They did,
But
yeah.
then it was like 2 or 3 senators filibustered the bill. Or the
Well, you
amendment,
can't-
actually.
Yeah, it's an amendment. The way I see it is that there's actually what they call the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact, which is a ton of states have signed on saying we will give our electors to whoever wins the popular vote. And if more than 270 electors worth of states sign that, then it takes effect. And so they essentially have the majority of the Electoral College. So whoever wins the popular vote will automatically get the majority of the Electoral College. I think the Electoral College may be effectively erased.
Yeah.
But I don't think it actually ever will be 100% because that would require a constitutional amendment, which is 2/3 of the Senate, of the House, and then 3/4 of the states. So that would be difficult. But so yeah, let's just. I think that's it for how they
Yeah,
work.
and now we begin the series of unfortunate events.
We begin.
You know.
1788 to 1789.
Click over there.
Seb, that's when you were born, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, I was pals with Joe Biden. He was like 50.
Anyway, this is the first election for president, and you might notice, like, hey, why isn't this 1776? Well, America at first was under the Articles of Confederation, but
Which were
they
very
were,
good.
yeah, they didn't work very well. They were too weak. They had no head of state, and so they're like, yeah, let's just we got to switch, and so that's
A bunch
when we
of
got the
farmers
Constitution.
almost overthrew the government.
Yeah, Shays Rebellion.
Yeah, that was that was where the states almost became their own countries, right? Where each of them had different currencies and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they had.
Yeah, the Articles of Confederation were pretty weak, and it sort of makes sense because Americans were fearing, centralized control after, escaping or just defecting. I can't find the right word. Rebelling from British control, and so they were weak. Like you needed like 9 out of the 13 states to agree to something, to like get a federal thing passed. It was weak. They only had the Congress, and it was a unicameral Congress. There was no president, and there were no court systems, no federal court systems. So it was really weak. Because if New York, for instance, New York and New Jersey constantly battle over like the islands in the Hudson River. And so if New York were to just say, yeah, we own it now, and New Jersey were to be like, no, we own it, then there wouldn't be a court to sort it out. So there were problems. But yeah, so the Constitution was more centralized, and everyone was like, oh, it's going to be Washington. Washington's going to be president. So yeah, it was, let's see. So Washington was popular because he was the commander of the Continental Army, obviously. He retired after the Revolutionary War.
I should put my magic cards in here.
Oh yeah, put magic cards in.
You make magic cards of the presidents.
Of the founding fathers. I finished them. I've been making them throughout the season, last season.
Yep. Yeah, so he goes back to Mount Vernon, retires for a while, but then as the Constitutional Convention picks up, everyone's like, you gotta. And he's like, fine. He's reluctant. He doesn't really want to, which is pretty valuable and pretty influential on modern day, American democracy, because a lot of revolutions end with a like strong man taking over, which is just some dictator that's like, all right, I'll fix everything. They're typically, they can be, even if they are completely virtuous, right? The problem is that the system they set up is dictatorial control, and eventually someone will come along that is not as virtuous. This sort of happened in France. You got like Maximilien Robespierre and all these people. You got Napoleon, and so most revolutions don't turn out well. So it was pretty good. We'll get into this a bit. We'll get into this in a few elections, but yeah. So Washington won a unanimous vote. Everyone voted for Washington, other than New York.
Every single person in the entire country voted for Washington.
Well, he was virtually unopposed, right?
Well, here's the thing. It's also, they didn't at first, the president wasn't voted for. It wasn't a popular vote. Technically, the Constitution says state legislatures decide who the electors are. It's just that all of the state legislatures today base it on the state's popular vote. So whoever wins the majority of the people in the state legislature then assigns the electors. That's why the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact works, because it's basically saying, instead of doing that, now the state legislatures will assign electors to whoever wins the nationwide popular vote. But in the past, it was difficult to organize elections. So sometimes some of these states would just say, yeah, the state legislatures will just decide. So that's like your state senator, your state representative, but you could still vote for a state rep. So say that you've got, this is modern day, but this would be in the past. So Federalists and Democratic Republicans, they'll come in a second, but say that they're fighting for dominance in one state legislature. By voting, if you want a Democratic Republican president, then you would vote for Democratic Republican state representatives, because then they would vote for Democratic Republican electors, who would then vote for the president. It was very detached. It was very indirect, and that's sort of by design, again, because a lot of the founders were fearing mob rule and just tyranny of the majority. That's what they were afraid of. Some of them were fairly aristocratic, like the Federalists. So Alexander Hamilton, John Adams, these people thought that the government should be stronger, more centralized, and essentially more aristocratic. But the Democratic Republicans wanted it to be more by the people. They also wanted less centralized government. But we'll get into them in a little bit. The important parts here is that Washington was unaffiliated. There were no political parties formally at this point, although there were sort of factions beginning to form. And yeah, every state, every elector voted for Washington. So, except for New York, Rhode Island, and North Carolina, because they couldn't get it together, essentially. So they just couldn't. They were too unorganized,
just couldn't
get it together, and so they didn't get to vote. But it wouldn't have really mattered. Everyone voted Washington, and the Electoral College was actually a little different in the first few elections. What they did was every elector had 2 votes for president, and whoever got in second place got to be the vice president, whereas today the electors have 1 vote for president and 1 vote for vice president. So John Adams got the second most votes. He was, Massachusetts. He was more of a Federalist. But yeah, he was pretty popular as well, just as he's pretty well known. He was on it was the Committee of 5 that wrote the Declaration of Independence. So although that was Thomas Jefferson's writing primarily, he was also involved, as well as Ben Franklin. But yeah, so that's sort of this election. There wasn't much opposition. It was really just a few different people running for vice president. Everyone knew Washington would be president. It was just a few people trying to be vice president. Mostly you had Federalists, but you had this guy Clinton. It was George Clinton, I believe.
Bill Clinton.
No,
yeah,
George
Bill Clinton
Clinton
was around in 1788.
Yeah, George Clinton was I think he was the New York governor, and he ran for vice president as well, and he was the most, I guess, anti-federalist kind of guy on the whole thing. And at this point, Federalist and anti-federalist was just those who supported the Constitution versus those who opposed it, because there was a constitutional convention, and some people obviously said, no, I don't like this, let's not do this. And so those were the 2 parties. So obviously people that opposed the Constitution are not as likely to run for an office specified by the Constitution. So that's why you didn't really have as many anti-federalists here. But yeah, so that's this election. Let's show the magic cards.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I got it. 7% again, and then we crank it back.
Look at all
here.
these.
There you go. So you'll appreciate these if you've played the game. Brendan, you played a little bit, right?
Yes.
A little bit. So you
I've
can
dabbled.
appreciate them. He dabbles. He dabbles in magic.
He dabbles.
Out of any of these
him.
cards, there's a couple of good ones. I also realized that Sam Adams is not really considered to be a founding father, but because I had John Adams in there, I felt like, you know what, we should they should both be there. Well, yeah, he is a founding father,
I like
but
that you said.
in
I
place
like
of
that you
John
said
Jay.
Father of Liberty. I like that you said Father of Liberty because he was actually part of a group called the Sons of Liberty.
Yeah, no, that's why. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, all of them are referencing stuff like Washington, Father
Yeah.
of Freedom. You know, he wants to be free. You know,
Man
Yeah, you
just
got
wants to be
Declaration
free.
of
man
Independence.
just wants to be free, and they all have quotes from themselves down there. And Benjamin Franklin's quote is just "No gains without pains,"
Oh wow.
which I think is pretty good.
So that's where that comes from, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
No pain, no
Yeah, I
gain.
like this. Nice job.
But yeah. But yeah, those are the 7 founding fathers. Just minus John Jay. That's who I swapped.
Minus John Jay.
Or swapped out for Sam Adams.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, John Jay was a judge, I believe, right?
I think, I don't know, he did something.
Judge?
Not involved in any elections, but
John Jay was
like a justice, a Supreme Court justice.
So he was a key negotiator. And yes, the first Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court.
There you go.
He would be Jay, Father of Justice.
Nice, Jay. Yeah, that's
Father
cool.
of Justice.
Father of Justice.
Anyway, yeah. So let's go to the next election.
Let's do it.
Yeah, so the next election. 1792. So it's interesting. Washington, again, he was super reluctant to be president. At first, he was like, all right, I'm going to like resign after a few years and let Adams take control. But, you know, he stayed on and he actually ran for re-election. Like they convinced him. And, you know, there were some domestic issues. There was
Imagine being that popular.
I know, right?
Like, please run for president.
Please
You're like,
run for
fine.
Yeah.
Fine, I'll be president.
Yep. So there was, what was I going to say? There was the Whiskey Rebellion. Alexander Hamilton, he was the Treasury Secretary, and he decided to impose a tax on whiskey. And people, especially in Western Pennsylvania, they did not like that. A few counties in Western Pennsylvania said, we are our own nation now because of the whiskey. And so Washington sent the army in, and they handled it. So people were like, Washington, you're a good leader. Nice job. And so mainly the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans were the first two parties, and they, you know, had finally sort of coalesced. And they were running against each other for vice president, sorry. So it was Adams versus Jefferson for vice president, essentially. Or wait, maybe not Jefferson. I think it was Pinckney, maybe. Or Clinton again, actually. Governor Clinton. And so, yeah, it was George Clinton. Also, Thomas Jefferson got a few votes in the Electoral College, but it was mainly Clinton. So you had these Democratic Republicans versus these Federalists. But it's interesting because every political party essentially nominates someone. Washington got both nominations from the Democratic Republicans and the Federalists. That can happen. Yeah, he was so popular, and both of them were like, yes, we approve of you. Both of them approved of him for president, but they nominated different people for vice president, essentially. So that's just fascinating. But yeah, again, John Adams won because this was sort of a time period. There was favorability for centralization. Some people called the inauguration of George Washington the coronation of George Washington, as in like a king. And so,
I guess that's just terminology left over from being.
But also, if you like, he like when he went from Virginia to New York City, where the capital was. Like it was like a royal procession because people were very used to what a monarchy was. But George Washington would actually decline to run for a third term, establishing the two-term precedent and, you know, helping America stay sort of not a monarchy. So yeah, let's see what else happened. Yeah, so the Democratic Republicans weren't as well organized as the Federalists, so they did not really succeed. Because you had George Clinton was their main guy, but they also supported Jefferson and Aaron Burr, so they weren't quite decided. But the Federalists were all like, okay, we'll have Adams run for re-election. So Adams essentially had the incumbent advantage here a little bit. But yeah, so this was an interesting election. Again, Washington got unanimous support. Everyone likes Washington.
Big up Washington.
But yep, you start to get some issues near the end here of the partisan fighting. And that's why George Washington, in his farewell address, he's like, parties will be the doom of this country. And also regional divides will be the downfall. So he's like, we got to stop this partisanship, because before the, actually, let's get into this. Let's get into the 1796 election. So 1796 election, it's Democratic Republicans versus Federalists in full swing now. So Washington says, I'm just going to do 2 terms. I'm going to retire. And just before this election, in like 1795, I believe, there was a problem with France. So you had the French Revolution.
When isn't there?
Yeah, there's always so you had
It's always a problem in France.
Yeah, you had the French Revolution, and different countries.
Which one?
Yeah, the one with
Yeah.
guillotines and stuff.
That
But
one.
Which one?
which one? Yeah, I guess there's quite a few. But so Britain declared war on France because they're like, you killed your monarch, how dare you? They didn't like having a free nation just across the British Channel. They could handle it just across the Atlantic, but across the British Channel, that was a big
too
problem.
much.
And so
That's
France
crossing a line.
supported America in the Revolution. So Thomas Jefferson was like, oh, we should support them now. But Hamilton was like, oh, we should not, because they're like essentially just in anarchy. I mean, the French Revolution was a pretty bad time period in France. It was chaos. I mean, they had a period called the Reign of Terror. So it's not exactly peachy, right? And so Washington's like, okay, we're going to be neutral. So they have a statement of neutrality. They say, we're not going to get involved. We're neutral with France. And Jefferson got so pissed off that he quit. He was the Secretary of State under Washington, but he's like, I'm out. I'm not doing this. And so he decides to run for president in 1796. And he runs against John Adams, who was the former vice president. And yeah, so the Democratic Republicans were more popular in the South and the West because they were more into like decentralization and stuff like that. Yeah, let's see. I've got some notes here. So yeah, the Democratic Republicans were smeared, obviously, for their support of the French Revolution and being too buddy-buddy with France. The Federalists were like, we need some strong authority. We can't support such a chaotic regime like this. But then the Democratic Republicans accused the Federalists of being monarchists, and they said, John Adams is going to have his kids marry King George's kids, and then turn America into a democracy. He's going to have his kids marry into the royal family. That's what he was accused of.
Wow, even back then,
Yep.
the little magazines that you see when you're
Yeah.
going like when you're at the
Yeah.
end at the cashier that are down
Yep.
there, and they have those massive clickbait titles.
I mean, that's where I get all my political information from.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. It's interesting. All the newspapers at this time, maybe not all, but most of them, they were explicitly like pro one party or the other. They would admit it. They would be like,
20
yeah,
things you didn't know about George Washington. Number 8 will
Yeah,
surprise you.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so that's really what happened. So since Washington didn't run, he established the 2-term tradition, and Adams was just more popular because Jefferson was just seen as too revolutionary at this point. And so that was the problem. So they chose John Adams. So yeah, now we get into, but yeah, one more important thing about 1796 is that the Federalists chose for vice president, they wanted this guy, I think it was Pinckney. They wanted Pinckney, Thomas Pinckney. They wanted him to be the vice president here. And so the problem was he didn't get quite enough votes to be vice president. So Jefferson got more votes than Pinckney, but not more votes than Adams. And so the result was that you had a vice president of an opposite political party to the president, which is not really good, I would say.
Yeah, I talked
Chaotic.
about that at the end of my vice president's excuse me,
Yep.
my vice president's episode about how
Yeah,
the
this.
system was whacked and would allow for
Yep.
that.
This would essentially be like if Hillary Clinton were the current U.S. vice president. Um, it would just
Strange.
it would be strange. The problems with having an opposite party vice president, especially now, the vice president is a lot more of a powerful position now than it used to be.
Mhm.
But the problem is just, obviously you'll have conflicting desires within the executive branch, and the executive branch is supposed to be, in the Constitution, it's supposed to be able to make quick decisions. It's supposed to be the decider of things. I mean, that's sort of how it was working because Congress was too weak. Think of congressional gridlock. Right now, they're like, it's been months. They're trying to pass like a COVID relief bill and they haven't been able to do it. Imagine if the congressional branch had to decide important things quickly, right? They couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And so having an opposition vice president sort of results in the same thing within the executive branch, which is exactly
Yeah,
what
I've never actually thought about it in those terms.
Yeah.
Like quick action versus like long-term action.
Mhm.
Yeah. But yeah, that definitely makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think even so the vice president's position has obviously gotten a lot more. You can check it out my vice president's episode. But do you think that the president's power has increased or decreased since 1796? I want to hear your take
The
on
president's power has definitely increased. All three branches have increased.
this.
But if you're asking about relative to one another, I would say the presidency has also increased. So it's increased absolutely and relatively.
I would say that
yeah.
because the president has the power of the veto, as the power of Congress has increased, the power of the veto has also increased.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah, that makes sense.
just the power to veto Congress, kind of like that becomes more important as Congress becomes more powerful.
Yeah, well, the federal government has just gained power in general. This is even in the Constitution. I mean, if you look at the constitutional amendments, like the 16th Amendment was or was that 17th? I think it was 16th, was the income tax. They couldn't do income tax before, but the amendment allowed them to do income tax. So that's not even like a...
16th Amendment is levying income tax.
Man, would have loved to live before that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's not even
Government
like a...
took like $200 of my hard-earned cash this summer.
Wow. But yeah,
Abolished
so
the
that's not
government.
even an interpretation of the Constitution issue. It's the Constitution has actually become more government control. But you do also have this factor where the earlier people were constructionists, which means that you can only do something if the Constitution says you can do something. But later you'd get looser interpretations of the Constitution which say, I can do it as long as the Constitution doesn't say I can't do it.
Yeah.
So those are two opposing philosophies. One is you can only do it if the Constitution says you can. The other says you only can't if the Constitution says you can't. This is like with the chartering of the National Bank, which is another policy that Hamilton wanted to do, and something that pissed off Jefferson, because Jefferson was like, I'm a constructionist. And that was essentially, establishing a national bank was never in the Constitution. So Jefferson was like, you can't do this. But Hamilton was like, they never said I can't establish a national bank, so I will. And so George Washington ultimately sided with Hamilton on that one. And yeah, Jefferson was not pleased. Jefferson was
I learned about that in the musical.
unhappy a lot. Oh, in the musical? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of this sort of relates to the Hamilton musical. But yeah, so
That could
So
be your
let's see.
next reaction stream. You can
Yeah.
get another 700
Yep.
views from
Yep.
just watching Hamilton.
Oh yeah, exactly, on Disney Plus. But yeah, so let's move into 1800. So 1800, Adams was seen as a fairly ineffective president.
Burr is
but,
just creeping in the corner.
Yeah, he's just creeping in there. So we'll get to that in a second. But one of the big things this election was that this was a very intense election because in the 1798 and 1799, Adams passed what are called the Alien and Sedition Acts, And the Sedition Act part of this basically says if you criticize the government, you are engaging in an act of tyranny, right? You are going against the government. You cannot do this. And so it infringed on the freedom of the press. And since the Federalists were in charge of the government, criticizing Federalists equals criticizing government. And so a lot of Democratic Republicans ended up getting like thrown in jail. And, you know, Jefferson was not happy about that. Jefferson and Madison actually wrote up these proposals anonymously and gave them to a ton of state governments. And I think it's like Virginia was one of them, and maybe Kentucky. They passed these resolutions where they basically said state governments have the right to nullify the federal law. And so since they passed these like resolutions through state governments, they couldn't get in trouble through the Alien and Sedition Acts because it's the government criticizing the government. You know, it's two state governments criticizing the federal government. So they sort of got immunity there. They like played the system, right? But yeah, so this was a very intense election because of that. But it was the first election where you formally had a running mate. You had like standardized tickets. But yeah, the Federalists were seen as like too strong government, and they were too British friendly, whereas the Democratic Republicans, again, were too pro-France in a lot of people's opinion, and they were in favor of decentralization. But yeah, also...
I have a question.
Yep.
How did people vote at the time? Were there just like voting booths? Just
no,
like
so this is sort of why it's on Tuesday. You'd be on like your farm out in the middle of nowhere, right? On like Sunday, you'd pray, right? So then you had to be at church on Sunday. So then on Monday, you would load up your wagon, you'd go and travel to the nearest city and like vote, and then you'd go home. That's sort of what it was. It was difficult, but yeah. So also, the Federalists had a schism because Hamilton and Hamilton and Adams sort of started fighting. They started arguing a little bit. I think it was Adams made this statement. It's in the Hamilton play too. It's like he calls him a Creole bastard, like son of like a whore. That's what he says. And like it's like Creole bastard brat, son of a Scotsman, something like that.
Son of a Scotsman.
Hamilton, Hamilton is like, wow, how dare you? You can't say that. And so they're arguing, right? And that weakens the Federalist Party. But yeah, so one of the big things this election was that Jefferson wins, but both parties essentially hatched a plan where they said, all right, we want to win both the presidency and the vice presidency. So what we're going to do is we're going to have all of our electors vote for our main guy, and then have all but one of them vote for our second guy. The Federalists did this successfully. So you had, 65 Federalist electors voted for John Adams. 64 voted for Charles Cotesworth Pinckney, and 1 voted for John Jay, essentially throwing out the vote. But the problem is the Democratic Republicans, 73 voted for Jefferson, and 73 voted for Aaron Burr. And that's a problem because they tied. And there was no distinction to say, oh yeah, no, we want him to be the vice president. So that turned out to be a bit of a problem. And so the House ended up having a contingent election. That's what they do. That's what happens when they tie or no one wins a majority, is they decide it in the House. And the House was tied for quite a while because Aaron Burr was seen as a more moderate Democratic Republican because he was from New York, which is more of a Federalist area. And so a lot of the Federalists were like, okay, we're going to throw our support behind Aaron Burr. We'd rather have Burr be president than Jefferson. And then again, this is part of the Hamilton play. Hamilton's like, no, Burr's like crooked. He has no morals. You should not vote for him. And then one of the Federalists in the House are like, okay, yeah, let's vote for Jefferson. And so then Jefferson narrowly wins the election of 1800. And this isn't, in the play they actually shorten this. They say this directly caused the duel between Hamilton and Burr, but there was also in 1804, Burr ran for governor of New York, and Hamilton sort of, anonymously criticized him in the press, and that was part of what led to the duel in 1804. But yeah, so that's the election of 1800. The effect of this tie was that they sort of realized, okay, we got to fix this, and they passed the 12th Amendment, which separates the Electoral College into the modern system with the president and the vice president, because they're like, yeah, we don't want this to happen again. This was rough. And so, yeah, but the thing is, Burr is vice president for 4 years, and Jefferson has to deal with him. So, think this guy tried to steal the election from Jefferson, right? And now Jefferson has to work with him. That's probably equally as bad as the Adams-Jefferson administration, because, you know, opposite parties, but here you've got like a personal betrayal. So needless to say, in 1804, the Democratic Republicans dropped Burr from the ticket. They chose a different running mate. But yeah, so let's get into that, 1804. So 1804, Jefferson was a pretty popular guy. He, you know, initiated the Louisiana Purchase, which is pretty interesting.
The big boy purchase.
They bought Louisiana.
They bought more than just Louisiana. He bought all of it.
Hey, okay, idea.
He bought all of it.
We take all revenue from the Gravity Max podcast, not podcast, live stream, and we buy Louisiana. We do the Louisiana Purchase again.
We could do it.
I'm not sure that would work.
But I'm telling you, he bought more than Louisiana. He bought like all of those other states.
The Louisiana Purchase doubled the size of the country, and this was pretty crazy because Jefferson sent a committee to France just to purchase New Orleans, the city of New Orleans.
It's a great city. It's a great city, man.
Well, because that's where the Mississippi River ends up, right? And France and Spain had control of New Orleans and were taxing Americans for their trade and then barring them from trade, and that was posing a problem to people, you know, making money. And so Jefferson's like, all right, we'll buy New Orleans.
The Louisiana Purchase.
The people get there, and Napoleon is like, yeah, we're kind of having trouble holding on to all that area in the New World. You can just have it all. And so they're like, okay. So they buy all of it. They buy the whole Louisiana Purchase. And Jefferson was popular for that because he appealed to like farmers. That's sort of the Democratic Republicans. They were very like they appealed to the farmer, the agrarian types, the more rural areas. And so he was very popular for that because, you know, he essentially bought a ton of farmland for everyone. And so yeah, that was doing him well.
What a G.
He was doing well for that. So you got this guy, Charles Cotesworth Pinckney is the main opponent in 1804. And he's a Federalist, and he's just like, he was Adams' running mate. Or wait, no. That was a different Pinckney, sorry. There was Thomas Pinckney and Charles Pinckney.
Jesse Pinckney.
But wait,
exactly.
No. He was the running mate in 1800. So that's right. So, yeah, or forget, whatever. He was running mate in 1800, I believe. But yeah, so an interesting thing here is that Jefferson, they pick a different running mate as the Democratic Republicans. They're like, we're not picking Burr again. He's going to pull some BS. So instead they pick Clinton, George Clinton,
Hillary?
George Clinton, who ran for president
exactly.
before. He's coming back as the running mate. He's like, look at me, I'm George Clinton. And
as he was known to say, that was his catchphrase. Actually,
that was his catchphrase.
Every time he walked into a room, he'd be like, "Look at me, I'm George Clinton."
Yeah. So he was the governor of New York for a period of time. But yeah, so he becomes the next vice president. The Democratic Republicans win. They just do well for themselves. So let's go to 1808.
1808.
Yeah.
That's after 1800s.
It is.
Yeah. So Jefferson respects the two-term tradition. He's like, okay, I'm gonna retire now. And his hand-picked successor is James Madison. James Madison was Jefferson's Secretary of State, and he's like, yeah, I like James Madison. Briefly, Clinton was trying to...
He's the father of the Constitution.
Nice. Yeah, both Clinton and Monroe also challenged Madison. Monroe would later become president. Clinton never becomes, well, in a sense, Clinton became president. The name Clinton. You do have a President
Yeah.
Clinton, but not
There
George
is a
Clinton.
President Clinton. It could have
But
been
yeah,
George Clinton.
ultimately, because Madison had Jefferson's support, he got the Democratic-Republican nomination, and George Clinton was renominated as vice president. So this is interesting because the president changed, but the vice president stayed the same this election, which is pretty strange. So this election, the Federalists did unusually well because basically in 1807, Jefferson passes the Embargo Act, which basically says no trade, no more trade, we're done trading. And this is because France and Britain are currently engaged in the Napoleonic Wars. And because America, doing the typical American thing, whenever there's a European war, America always does this, they supply both sides and make a ton of money. And so Britain and France start stopping American ships, taking their stuff. Britain actually, essentially kidnaps some American sailors because they say, no, these were British Navy men that defected. So we're taking them back, but some of them were just Americans. And so Jefferson's like, all right, that's it. You guys, we're going to stop trading. And this was really bad for the Northeast because that was essentially their whole economy at this point. Think of Boston and New York City. They were big harbor cities. And so Federalists won support there. I mean, it's always a Federalist stronghold, but they did well that time around. But the South and the West didn't really care as much. Also, it's interesting that the Embargo Act sort of resulted in New England industrializing because they're like, okay, well, we're all poor now because we can't trade. Maybe let's build some factories. And so they did. So that's why the New England area. And so they did. So it causes New England to become more industrialized. But yeah, let's see what else.
No, let me tell you something. It really disturbs me how early Ohio became a part of the U.S.
Yeah, 1800 between 1800 and 1804, it seems. Yeah, you don't like that.
Here. Let me show you something. Ohio becomes a state.
Oh yeah, another thing to note: Charles C. Pinckney is the Federalist candidate again. So
he played Jesse Pinkman in Breaking Bad.
He really did. But Ohio got statehood on March 1st, 1803.
And they haven't changed anything since it was added to the country.
They have had one governor.
They had one governor.
Entire history.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's interesting. Other than Virginia, Ohio is the state where most presidents come from.
Oh wait, Ohio. Yeah, no, Ohio is so weird. Like Ohio is a lot in a lot of things. Like a lot of people, like a lot of notable things are from Ohio.
Strange.
It's basically because Ohio has always been a valuable swing state. So a lot of presidential elections, the parties pick candidates from Ohio to win Ohio. And so
talk about correlation versus causation.
I think that's causation right there.
Wait, what?
There is no causation between.
That's causation. Well, both
what
parties.
Benefits does Ohio have?
Wait.
Parties.
So Ohio was declared a state in 1803, but it didn't actually get the presidential stamp of approval until 1953.
No way. What does that even mean? What is
they
the presidential?
Went 150 years without getting a stamp of approval.
Oh my god. Well, anyway, let's move on because we're gonna start not running out of time. It's just gonna become a very long one. I mean, this is the composition of the all-nighter stream.
It is.
All three members of
Brendan,
the all-nighter
we've trapped you. This is the 24-hour.
I don't quite have that much. The same amount of time I did that night.
Yeah. I mean, you guys have school. I have school off tomorrow. They gave us a day.
Why not on election day?
I don't know why.
I agree. It's not for that.
It's a staff development day.
We have staff development on election day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I also agree that
with all these staff development days, you would have thought the staff would have developed into something useful now. you know?
Oh my God. Well, it's interesting. I always thought that election day should be off so that the teachers can vote, right? But
You're right.
at the same time, if you have election day off, then it's difficult for the parents to vote because they either have to get a babysitter, you know what I mean? So it's interesting. It's not as clear cut.
Wait. Is this the guy I'm thinking of?
Wait, who?
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the next
No,
one.
okay. Jerry Springer.
1812.
Jerry Springer.
Why are we talking about Jerry Springer?
We're talking about Jerry Springer because before he went into television, he was the 56th mayor of Cincinnati. Thank you.
Oh, like Arnold
All right.
Schwarzenegger.
Exactly. He's the governor
Oh
of
yeah,
California.
he was the governator. Anyway, so 1812. 1812. We got Madison versus Clinton, but it's a different Clinton. It's DeWitt Clinton. DeWitt, this dude is, he's also a Democratic Republican, but he is an anti-war Democratic Republican because this year, in 1812, they started the War of 1812 with Britain over the British impressment of American ships. So Madison's like, all right, I'm starting a war. And this starts the trend.
Impressed by American.
No. The impressment is. Anyway, well, it's you know. So this starts the trend of presidents doing well during wartime elections. So yeah, Madison does well. Madison has a different VP this time, Elbridge Gerry, because I guess George Clinton just got too old. That's what I would say. I mean, he was vice president for 2 terms, you know, so he's like, okay, I'm done. But yeah, so the Federalists are doing so poorly this election that they don't even nominate a candidate. They just say, yeah, how about we have this moderate Democratic Republican run and hope all the Federalists vote for him. But yeah, so Madison was pretty popular because, again, Britain was provoking war, essentially. Britain was being like poking us with a stick. But yeah, so the U.S. was trying to gain back their neutral trade rights, and I mean, yeah, that's it. It wasn't much. The Democratic Republicans won it again, just because, you know, it was a wartime election. People were trying to succeed. They didn't think an administration change mid-war would be a very good idea, especially because like DeWitt Clinton wanted to end the war. But yeah, it's just interesting this election that the Federalists obviously. There is no Federalist running for president today, so something must have happened to them between 1812 and 2020, right? And so this is sort of the beginning of the end for the Federalists. They start to wane as a party. But yeah, so that's this election. Now let's go to 1816. So 1816, we got the War of 1812 ended, and the War of 1812 was a draw, like it was a tie. The treaty at the end of the War of 1812 actually said, all right, in this treaty, we're going to have everything be the same as it was before the war. They say, we're going to restore the status quo antebellum, which means same as it was before the war. So neither side won anything. But Britain, you know, was a continental, like, global superpower, and the U.S. once again had fared pretty well in a war against them. So patriotism was running high in America, and it was seen as a success for the Democratic Republicans. Even though they didn't win the war, it was still seen as a victory for America. And so we've got James Monroe is again the Secretary of State for Madison. So there's a trend in the first few presidents where it's always just the previous guy's Secretary of State is the next president. And so Monroe was Madison's handpicked successor. And let's see. Yeah. Oh, and he also had Jefferson behind him. So Monroe was doing pretty well for endorsements. You know, you've got like Obama's endorsing Biden this time around, right? Clinton's endorsing Biden, I presume. So it was good to have these previous, like Jefferson and Madison helping Monroe. Interestingly, I don't think George Bush has endorsed Trump, so he doesn't get any endorsements. Unfortunately for him. And so yeah, that's so this other guy here, we've got Senator Rufus King. This guy is the last Federalist presidential nominee ever.
RIP. What year was
he's
that?
from New York. What? Rufus King? He was a senator.
What year?
1816.
Mm.
So.
Did you know?
Yes. Also, something bad for the Federalists. The Federalists were seen as extremists after something called the Hartford Convention, which took place in Hartford, where a ton of Federalists got together and and they were like, oh, we want a ton of things in the government. We want to change a ton of things in government because as westward expansion was taking place, naturally, New England was losing its power because it was becoming a smaller portion of the country because the country was expanding, just basic math there, right? So New England was losing power and they were not happy about it. And some Federalists, like the Radical Federalists, were like, we should secede. We should make our own nation. No, not the Radical Federalists. The Federalists, I don't know. The Federalists are more authoritarian than left or right, I would say, because maybe they were off-right. I don't know. We don't need to get into political.
Yeah, what's the Federalists? What do Federalists equate to in today's political?
Okay, yeah, that's a fair question. I would say the Federalists. Here it was more a debate of how much control should the government have. I would say the Democratic Republicans were more like libertarians, like modern-day libertarians, because something Jefferson did was decrease the spending on the military and decrease the size of the military. So they were somewhat Federalists, but at the same time, the Embargo Act of 1807 imposed upon free trade, which is not exactly like libertarians want free trade. So I would say they were close to libertarians, but the Federalists were more authoritarian, but that doesn't necessarily mean evil. They just thought they needed more centralized control for the government. I guess you could say, what could you say? I don't think there really is a modern equivalent here. But yeah, I guess you could say maybe Republicans, sort of, but more like the older, like Republicans a little while back when they were even more conservative. They've softened up a bit on social issues, but I don't know. I guess because it's sort of no one's left wing at this point. You don't have left wingers. That's not how this works. I mean, the Communist Manifesto hadn't even been written yet, so they're both right wing, but it's more of an authority issue. So it's author-right versus lib-right, I guess you could say. But yeah, so yeah, Rufus King, he doesn't do very well. Another thing is that the Hartford Convention made the Federalists, they were like some proposing secession, not at the actual convention, but some Federalists were trying to secede. And so that made them look bad. And also Monroe started to he was going to adopt some Federalist policy. Like the Democratic Republicans initially opposed the National Bank, but Monroe supported the National Bank. So they were starting to adopt the Federalist Party, and the Federalists just didn't really have anything to campaign on anymore because, the Democratic Republicans are starting to adopt some of their policies. So yeah, that's it for the Federalists. Goodbye, Federalists. You don't have to think about them anymore.
And that was the end.
Sayonara! Can't hurt you anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So the election of 1820. This is an interesting one. This is an interesting one. You might see that I have no...
He killed the other guy.
Yeah, there is no one else. No one else is running against Monroe. This is the height of what's known as the era of good feelings.
The era of good vibes.
No. The era of good feelings was everyone was a Democratic Republican, essentially. They were like, yeah, everything's going good. People were also very patriotic coming off of the War of 1812. They're like, yeah, America, we're doing great. So everyone was just happy. No one really ran against James Monroe. Let's see, what else happened?
I have a question.
Yep.
The Louisiana Purchase included Louisiana, and then it I'll kill you. And then it went all the way up to
okay.
It took Missouri as well. It took Arkansas, and then it formed like kind of a path all the way up to Montana and the Dakotas, right?
All right, here's my question. If they knew what those states were like today, you think they still would have done it?
No.
Well, wait. Which states? I mean, those are quite a few states.
Well, it includes Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Kansas, Colorado, Iowa, Nebraska, Wyoming, the Dakotas, bits of Minnesota,
What's Wyoming?
and Montana. Yeah, no one knows. But why aren't those? Have they just not been colonized, or are they just?
Oh, okay.
Farmland?
They're territories at
They're
this
just
point.
they're just territories.
They're like
Okay.
Puerto Rico.
All right. Yeah.
But it's also because nobody lives there, essentially. So you've got they actually established a policy on this where it's like once a territory reaches like 5,000 people, they'll elect a territorial governor. Once it reaches 60,000 people, they'll be made a state, stuff like that. So they were just too empty, but it was the frontier. So yeah, that's why they didn't.
So yeah, that's why Missouri and Louisiana are part of it, but Arkansas isn't, even though it's like right in the middle between them, because just no one was there.
Yeah.
All right.
So 1820. There is one interesting thing here, right? So era of good feelings, no Federalist candidate, they're done. But Monroe, he almost won unanimously in the Electoral
Oh
College.
right, this is what pissed me off. Tell him, Max. Tell him.
One
oh
vote.
My God.
One elector from New Hampshire named William Plumer decided, I'm going to vote for Secretary of State John Quincy Adams.
Jesus Christ.
They were all
just to
pledged
snub
for
him.
Monroe.
Just to
Yeah,
snub
just to-
him
yeah, essentially.
the unanimous vote. Just
Yeah,
to snub him
so-
all of America, or
Yep.
America at that time, voting for him. What was his name?
Yes. William Plumer.
William
So-
Plumer.
George Washington was the only president to get a unanimous vote because William Plumer was like, Monroe, you do not deserve to be like Washington.
If I was
You don't
James
deserve a unanimous
Monroe, I would have
vote."
murdered the shit out of William Plumer. And then
Yeah.
no one would have been able to stop me. Just so that I had a
Yep.
unanimous vote.
Yeah, so William Plumer is an example
Like,
of what's
duels
known
were
as a
legal.
faithless elector.
I would have challenged him to a duel.
I don't know. This is 1820. Duels are becoming, especially after the duel between Hamilton and Burr, there was a big anti-duel push. But
The
People
last
like,
duel
wait,
in the U.S.
people
was in
died in duels.
1859, baby. I would have
Yes.
challenged this guy to a duel so fast. So
the problem
fast.
is you'd have to draw him into the South because New England quickly banned dueling. But
Yeah,
in the South,
if you get caught.
in the South, well, then
He died
you
of
just
mysterious causes.
anyway.
Well, Plumer's from New Hampshire. I could just lure him
Yeah.
to the South with, like, cheese and various bits of syrup.
Okay. Yeah, so that's really it for the 1820. I mean, it was simple. Imagine running unopposed. That must be nice, right?
No, he was opposed. He was opposed by William
He was opposed
Plumer.
by William Plumer.
Oh, what does this
Yep.
guy look like? What does this cock
Sebastian,
look like?
you seem like the type of person to be that one vote.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't snub this guy. I wouldn't snub anyone that. Oh, look at him. Dude, he looks like a Road Doll illustration. This dude looks like a freaking Tim Burton character. Jesus. William Plumer.
Okay. William Plumer.
Honestly, the first
Oh.
image that comes up makes it look like he's some kind of Shoggoth.
A what?
A Shoggoth. It's from H.P. Lovecraft.
All right.
He lived almost
Save the
100
insults
years.
for William Plumer. Oh,
He
wow.
lived almost 100 years.
William Plumer did well for himself. Anyway, so let's move on to 1824. So
He wrote books. I'm gonna buy his books.
look at
just
that.
To
Look
burn
at
them.
1824. Look at the mess that is the 1824 election. The Democratic Republican Party just cracked open. It just someone dropped it
Wow.
on the ground and it shattered into 4 pieces.
That's
So
like
you've
that
got
Juice WRLD song.
Yeah, you've got so initially the election was between John Quincy Adams, Andrew Jackson, William H. Crawford, Henry Clay, and John C.
Oh, this
Calhoun.
is the start of Henry Clay.
Yeah, this is the start of Henry Clay. But John C. Calhoun, after seeing that he was up against 4 other people, was like, wait a minute. No one's running for vice president. And so
No.
that he runs for vice president unopposed. So he's unopposed for vice president. What a genius move for John C. Calhoun. So he's unopposed for vice
John
president.
C.
And the
What's
4
the
other
last
guys
name?
have to hash it out. Calhoun.
Oh.
And so he ends up getting into a ton of fights with Andrew Jackson, but that's later down the line. But yeah, officially the Democratic Republican Convention nominated William H. Crawford, but who likes William H. Crawford? Who even is he? He's from Georgia. Georgia's irrelevant.
Exactly.
I'm just kidding. But yeah, so he also had Henry Clay.
I think we have made fun of every state.
We've probably made fun of
We
every
have made
state.
fun of every state, honestly.
I still am mad about Connecticut's flag ever since you pointed it out.
What about it?
How garbage it is.
It's not too good. We put it
It's
at
pretty
what?
bad.
We put it at D?
Yeah, it's pretty bad though.
It's pretty bad.
Well, yeah, it's D tier,
it's
but
among
like
the
the
ranks of the blue
majority
background.
of U.S. flags are D tier, so
I know, but you've got all
relatively,
these blue
it's not that
background
bad.
flags. The blue background flags are just
Sorry.
so bland.
That's my alarm to let me know that I should call Max to start the Gravity Max live stream.
Is that your pizza or your
Nice.
Takis out of the oven?
Yeah, so
Do you oven your Takis?
You don't? It makes them spicier.
No, it doesn't.
No,
Okay,
if you get your
so-
Takis wet, it really brings out the spice. You should try it.
so guys,
Wet
you want to get
Takis.
so this is a spicy election, all right?
Ooh.
So you've got Senator Andrew Jackson running, and Senator Andrew Jackson is something of a populist. So he was a general during the War of 1812, and he won a battle in New Orleans, and everyone was like, "Nice job, Andrew Jackson." He also raided Florida, and
Let's
got
go!
yeah, he raided Florida because Florida was a Spanish holding, and a ton of like you'd have, I think it was like Native American tribes would like attack like American settlements, then flee back to Florida. And so Andrew Jackson's just like, enough of this nonsense, and he just attacks Florida. And then John Quincy Adams, who was Secretary of State, comes down to Florida and is like, all right, sorry we attacked you, but do you want to just give us Florida? And Spain's like, yeah, we'll just give you Florida. And that's how we got Florida. So
God, if only we could go back.
so Andrew Jackson is pretty popular
Spain had the right idea.
among the people, right? Andrew Jackson is a pretty popular guy, and he wins the plurality of the Electoral College and of the popular vote. So he wins the most votes, and he wins the most of the Electoral College, but he doesn't get a majority because there's 4 people. So he gets the most out of 4 people, but that's still less than the majority.
Wow.
And so that forces a contingent election in the House of Representatives. Now remember, Henry Clay is the Speaker of the House. So what Henry Clay does is he's like, all right. I'd rather have John Quincy Adams win, even though John Quincy Adams came in second. So Henry Clay gets all his people to vote for John Quincy Adams. And then, so Adams becomes president, right? And Adams is the son of Adams. So John Quincy Adams is the son of John Adams, who was also president.
Like Hillary
John
Clinton
Quincy-
and Bill Clinton.
No, more like George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush.
The Clintons aren't related?
Wait, sorry, which Clintons?
Hillary and Bill.
No.
I thought they were
They're-
brother and sister.
Oh my god. Anyway, so regardless, so John Quincy Adams makes Henry Clay his Secretary of State, and so Andrew Jackson is like, corruption. He calls it a corrupt bargain. All the Andrew Jackson supporters are really pissed off because they're like, how dare you, Henry Clay? You're a sellout. Because Henry Clay was from like Kentucky, and so they were seen as like, you've got the Southerners, right? And John Quincy Adams was from New York, and so it's like, you're a sellout. And they were really upset, and they called it a corrupt bargain, and they campaigned on that in 1828. But yeah, so let's get into 1828. So 1828. Andrew Jackson founds the Democratic Party, which is today's Democratic Party. Although they've changed a lot throughout the years, this is like, it's the same organization, right? But I mean, completely changed. And John Quincy Adams founds the National Republican Party, but this isn't actually the same as today's Republican Party, because that is founded in like the 1850s, and that's the Grand Old Party. So this is the National Republican Party, but not the Grand Old Party. So they're different, different organizations. But yeah, John C. Calhoun runs again as vice president with Andrew Jackson. And so, again, the vice president doesn't change, but the president does change. Why do I have a picture of Henry Clay here? This should be John Quincy Adams. Or wait, 1828. Yeah, sorry. Okay, never mind. We're good. Never mind.
What's the difference?
So yeah, 1828. Jackson wins because the amount of people that could vote, they got rid of a lot of land requirements, and so a lot more people could vote. And Andrew Jackson was a populist, and he was like, John Quincy Adams is an elite. He's part of the establishment, right? And so Andrew Jackson, doesn't Trump has like an Andrew Jackson portrait, I think, in the White House. Like he picked an Andrew Jackson portrait or something.
Can you trick out your office?
Yeah, I think so. Like I think every president I think picks like a portrait of the president they like the most or something like that. But yeah, so it's interesting because there are actually a few comparisons to be made between Andrew Jackson and Donald Trump. And yeah, so Andrew Jackson, he's like, because he's basically running on saying, I'm a common guy, like I'm for the common guys, common man, right? And so that's sort of what Trump's trying to do, appeal to like the common people. I mean, I guess that's not really the common, but he's trying to appeal to like middle America, middle class. I guess both parties.
Well, yeah, I would say that nowadays both parties try and do
everyone's
that. Yeah.
trying to do that, but yeah. But if you look at the people, I actually looked at in 2016, the people who voted for Trump, it's more people that are not college educated than people that are college educated.
There's a direct correlation between education and like Biden or Trump polling.
Yeah. So that's sort of what I'm saying. Other people could probably make better comparisons than I, but yeah, let's see what happens here. Yeah, this was just a big mudslinging election.
I've
too.
created
a lot of personal attacks.
magic card for William Plumer that I would like to show to the class.
Sure, show it. Well, here, wait. Let me finish my notes here first.
Okay, here.
So
we'll save it. We'll save it.
Yeah. So it was just a ton of mudslinging because Andrew Jackson was still upset about the corrupt bargain, right? And also John Quincy Adams, that is, he put in place this tariff that benefited New England and hurt the South. It was a protectionist tariff, essentially, on manufactured goods, and it made everything more expensive for people in the South, but it helped the Northern industry. And so the Southerners were not happy with that. They're like, get rid of this stupid tariff. And so, yeah, that's sort of it for that election. So, yeah, put your portrait of William Plumer up there.
Oh, boy.
Let's see.
All right. It looks like
William
my parents
Plumer.
are preparing for dinner.
Okay.
So,
all right. Yeah, rejoin when you can.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm not sure how late birthday celebrations are going to go.
Yeah.
It's all good.
If you guys
no
are still
problem.
on, I'll come back.
Cool.
Seb, you're probably going to
nice
have to
to have
recrop your
yeah,
thing
I am.
when I leave.
Oh, okay. Anyway.
No, that's actually not that bad. Here,
Cool.
All
right.
Here.
So
on-air editing.
Plumer, that one guy. When Plumer, that one guy, creature worm. That's nice. When Plumer, that one guy, enters the battlefield, you have the ability to deny your opponent's victory. You are now also unable to win. Their New Hampshire, William Plumer, professional challenge. Oh boy, Sebastian does not like William Plumer.
I don't like William Plumer.
He doesn't like William Plumer. All right, so now let's get to 1832. So Jackson, when he ran in 1828, he was like, oh, I'm just going to run for one term. He runs again.
He ran again.
So he does that. He runs against mainly Henry Clay, but you've also got a few other people. Basically, yeah, Henry Clay, the corrupt bargain guy. So Jackson wins against Henry Clay, essentially. But yeah, let's see. So yeah, Jackson had a big, during his presidency, he fought a war with the banks. He actually said once, I must kill the banks before it kills me, which is, he didn't like banks. So he fought against the banks, and Yeah, so he cracked down on, oh yeah, South Carolina. This was a problem. There was a nullification crisis. So South Carolina, uh, basically John C. Calhoun, the vice president, was from South Carolina, and there was, so John Adams' tariff, right? Jackson didn't repeal the tariff. So it wasn't his tariff, but he didn't like do anything to stop the tariff, and South Carolina was not happy. So John C. Calhoun, he goads South Carolina into nullifying the tariff. So South Carolina is just like, we're not going to tax ships that come here. So we're just not going to enforce the law. And the government's like, you can't do that, South Carolina. So Andrew Jackson goes in and he gets South Carolina to behave. And so, yeah. And so obviously, right, John C. Calhoun is not the vice president this time. This time it's Martin Van Buren, because, you know, Jackson and Calhoun had this big fight. And so Jackson's like, get out of here, Calhoun. Get out of here. You're not wanted. And so yeah, let's see. There was also a personal falling out on top of the nullification crisis. So John C. Calhoun like made friends with some people, and Jackson wasn't friends with them, stuff like that. So Jackson was like, okay, you're out. But yeah, so this was an interesting. This was also a very like divisive, just mudslinging election, sort of throwing stuff back and forth. The National Republicans tried to claim that Jackson's wife was like a whore, I believe, something like that.
Wow.
And Jackson was not happy with that. And so the story goes that so Jackson was keeping these newspaper articles like away from his wife, but then his wife found one of them and then died of a heart attack.
What?
And she did die of a heart attack, but I mean, it's debatable whether or not like seeing a newspaper article about her could have been the cause of that heart attack. But either way,
that reminds me of an image. Oh.
Either way, Andrew Jackson considered it to be Andrew Jackson was really pissed off at Henry Clay. He was like, you killed my wife, Henry Clay. So Jackson was not happy. You also had some third parties here. You had the anti-Masonic Party, which is interesting. You know, the Freemasons, as in the Illuminati, but there were actually Freemasons. It was just basically a rich people club, sort of like a fraternity. And this one guy, what's his name? This one guy named, where is he? William Wirt. William Wirt. Oh, wait. Yeah, William Wirt runs as the anti-Masonic candidate. But I'm trying to find, there was some guy. Okay, let me go to the anti-Masonic Party. There was this dude. William Morgan. There's lots of Williams here. William Morgan is like, I'm going to expose the practices of the Freemasons, and then he disappears. And in the investigation, they don't find him, but everyone's like, oh, it was obviously the Freemasons, because all the investigators there were also Freemasons. And so they never figured out his disappearance. So the anti-Masonic Party is like, what? This is crazy. We can't have this like secret society going around killing people. And so they run as a third party. You also have a third party just called the Nullifiers. This is just South Carolina still being unhappy about the whole tariff thing, right? And so, yeah. So the anti-Masonic Party and the National Republicans would sort of fuse. They would combine and organize as the Whig Party in future elections. But yeah, so that's about it for this one.
There you go.
All
1836. Right, so is that Buren? Martin Van Ruin?
Yes, 1836. Martin Van Ruin. So he's not that yet, but he's just Martin Van Buren. So right now, what happens in 1836 is the Whigs are not sufficiently organized to back one single candidate. So instead, they have four. The Whigs have four different candidates. And what they're hoping to do here is make sure that nobody wins a majority. So then it would be a House contingent election. And hey, maybe they could strike another corrupt bargain, right? But yeah, but yeah, Martin Van Buren does well enough that he wins he wins a majority of the states, and so the Whig plan fails. But yeah, let's see what's up here. 1836. So yeah, Jackson selected Van Buren as his successor, Jackson was like, yeah, you go, Van Buren. He was his vice president, right? And so he thinks Van Buren will be successful. And let's see. So also, oh yes, so the best Whig candidate, the guy that did the best, was William Henry Harrison. He would be in the next election and he would win. But yeah, he was a famed war hero in the Battle of Tippecanoe, which was like a battle against like Native Americans in like Indiana territory, something like that, at Tippecanoe, which is like a river. But yeah, so they sort of fought. But you know, Andrew Jackson was really popular, despite the fact that he was involved in like, you know, the Trail of Tears. Forgot to mention that, but yeah, he was involved in the Trail of Tears, but you know, this wasn't a particularly progressive time in American history, so the people didn't really care about that. They were actually probably kind of happy about that because they got all the Native American land. So Andrew Jackson was really popular, and Martin Van Buren, as a result, was also really popular. But his popularity would quickly dwindle because of the Panic of 1837. So the Panic of 1837 was just a big economic crisis. I mean, Jackson had literally been fighting the banks for the last 8 years, and the banks finally gave way. And so it was an economic crisis. It was disastrous. People started calling him Martin Van Ruin. And yeah, so this goes into 1840. So yeah, let's go into 1840. So yeah, the Panic of 1837 really hurt Van Buren's campaign, but also, so the Whigs organized around Harrison because he did the best last time, and Harrison's campaign, they appeal to common people, which is interesting because Andrew Jackson had called John Quincy Adams an elitist, and now William Henry Harrison calls Martin Van Buren an elitist.
Excuse my dog.
Which is just fascinating.
Sorry about that.
Oh yeah, no problem. And so Martin Van Buren and his supporters said, William Henry Harrison is so old, he should just like retire. He should just sit on the porch of his log cabin and drink hard cider. And so then they actually like latched onto this and were like, hey, let's actually use it as a campaign strategy. So William Henry Harrison went around by train, and whenever he would get out to have like a campaign rally, they would build like a fake porch, and that's where he would give his speech. They would also roll out barrels of hard cider, and this is alcoholic drinks. This is alcoholic.
He was giving
cider.
out free beer at his campaign rallies.
And
Are
so,
you kidding me?
So think about this. You go to a William Henry Harrison rally, you get really drunk, you forget whatever he said, and then you go home and you're like, yeah, I like that guy. So William Henry Harrison did really well in this election. And yeah, but he was the oldest president until Reagan. And that was not really good. That didn't turn out very well. So it was William Henry Harrison ran with this guy, John Tyler. And John Tyler would become president about a month after William Henry Harrison becomes president. So William Henry Harrison has the shortest tenure in office of any president because he dies of pneumonia a month into office. And it's fabled that he died because he didn't wear a coat and gave a 2-hour-long inauguration speech. So,
wow.
Yeah, but let's get into 1844. So yeah, in 1844, John Tyler, the Whigs did not like him. So they picked him as the vice president. They picked him as the running mate. But once he actually became president, he proved not to be very Whig-like. He was much too moderate, and he kept like rejecting the Whig legislation. He kept vetoing all their laws, and so they kicked him out of the party and were like, you're not gonna be you're not running for re-election, bucko. We don't like you. And so they instead went with old reliable Henry Clay as their candidate. The Whigs chose Henry Clay. Henry Clay is in so many elections, it's ridiculous. But yeah, so also the Democrats chose James K. Polk as their candidate. So so this election was centered on the annexation of Texas, and there was also issues with Oregon. Oregon was like shared between Britain and the U.S., but as we got out west, that became more of an issue because like people actually lived there, and so it was, becoming an issue. And Van Buren, oh yes, Van Buren lost the renomination to Polk. So Van Buren tried to run again, but the Democrats were like, no, get out of here, Martin Van Ruin. You lost. We're not letting you come back. You're not going to pull a Grover Cleveland. What's a Grover Cleveland? I have no idea. It's 1844. It hasn't happened yet. But they didn't let him run for re-election. And so yeah, the problem with Clay was that he sort of went back and forth on Texas annexation. He was like, I don't think it's a good idea to annex Texas, but everyone sort of wanted him to annex Texas. But it was an issue because the Southerners wanted Texas and the Northerners did not want Texas because it would upset the balance of slave states versus free states, which was becoming an issue in this time period leading up to the Civil War. And so Polk did something pretty smart. He was like, I want to annex Texas and like deal with Oregon because Oregon was in the north and Texas was in the south, so it would balance things out. So he got support from both Northerners and Southerners because the Northerners were like, yeah, let's get Oregon. And the Southerners were like, yeah, let's get Texas. So he did a pretty good job there. He also promised to be a one-term candidate, and unlike Andrew Jackson, he actually did that. He was like, yeah, I'm not gonna run again next time. But yeah, so pretty interesting election, just Texas. Yeah.
Texas.
Henry Clay, I feel so bad for him. He always wants to be president. He never becomes president. Starting in like 1824, I think. Was that
Wow, 20 years.
1824 was 1824 was Henry Clay's first election. Henry Clay ran in 1824, and all the way here in 1844, he's still running. Give it a rest, Henry Clay. You're not going to become president. I feel bad for Henry Clay. But yeah, so now we get into 1848. So 1848, we got, let's see. So, okay. I just need a moment. But yeah, so Polk doesn't run again. And instead you got this guy, Taylor, Zachary Taylor. He's the Whig candidate. And he was a general in the Mexican-American War, which ensued after the annexation of Texas. Another issue with annexing Texas, not just the North-South problem, but this is what Henry Clay emphasized in 1844. He was like, if we annex Texas, Mexico is going to go to war with us, because Mexico did not recognize Texas. Texas was a republic for like 10 years, and they really wanted to join the U.S., but the U.S. was like lagging on that issue, and until Polk. But yeah, it triggered the Mexican-American War, and Zachary Taylor was a war general. Like he was popular for his service in the Mexican-American War. And the only problem was he really wasn't much of a Whig. He was essentially just, the Whigs were like, okay, the only way we can win is with Zachary Taylor, even though he's like not a Whig at all. Right? And so they brought him in, and Zachary Taylor ended up winning. So you had the Democrats chose this guy, let's see, what's his name? Lewis Cass. Let's see, what was he? He was a senator from Michigan. He wasn't very strong here. Oh yes, Van Buren, after he got rejected from the Democrat Party, right, in 1844, in 1848, he's like, I'm just going to run a third party campaign. He runs this campaign for this party called the Free Soil Party, which essentially says, we don't want any more slave states to enter the Union. And so that was his third party campaign. And so Senator Cass runs as a Democrat. What else? You've got Mexican-American War. Oh yes, the Mexican-American War was viewed as a Democratic success because it, gave us Texas and we won the Mexican-American War. But unfortunately, the Democrats, they just weren't able to win. Taylor was just too popular. He was the only Whig that could win, essentially. And yeah, the Whigs were anti-war, and so it's interesting because the Whigs had been anti-war, and that did not reflect well on them since the Mexican-American War was a victory. So Zachary Taylor, who was part of the Mexican-American War, was like the only guy that could do it because, he's associated with the success of the Mexican-American War, whereas the entire Whig Party is associated with the failure of their failure in regards to not wanting the Mexican-American War. So yeah, Zachary Taylor wins, but again, he dies in office, and his vice president, Millard Fillmore, becomes the next president. It's really interesting. Whigs only won 2 elections, and both of those people died in office. So there were 4 Whig presidents, but that's only because 2 of them died in office. Every Whig elected as president has died, which is just strange. But so now let's go to 1852. 1852.
Great year for radio.
Sure. I don't think so. We've got... so President Fillmore was not renominated. The problem was he was too pro-slavery, and at this point, the Democrats and the Whigs were both sort of neutral on the issue. Essentially, both parties didn't want to lose dominance in the North of the South, and explicitly coming out in support of or against slavery would cause them to lose either the North or the South. This will change as the Republican Party will come into play, and they will be explicitly anti-slavery, and as a result, all of the anti-slavery Democrats, or a lot of them at least, will end up going to the Republican Party, which upsets the balance and causes the Democratic Party to become the pro-slavery party. That's what will end up happening, but it didn't happen yet. So yeah, President Fillmore was too pro-slavery. Yeah, he supported, I believe it was... Oh wait, no, that's not yet. Never mind. So Winfield Scott, this guy Winfield Scott was the Whig nominee, and he was fairly anti-slavery, but it hurt his campaign just because, it hurt his campaign in the South. And so, let's see. So the Whigs essentially collapsed due to internal divisions after this election. So that's emphasized by Winfield Scott. He was from New Jersey, so that's why he's anti-slavery. But all of the pro-slavery Whigs from the South would ditch the party after this. And that could have also happened to the Democratic Party, but instead the Republicans came along and the split didn't make the party collapse. But yeah, so the Democrats would begin to drift toward pro-slavery in the next election. But yeah, so this was mostly a personality contest as both candidates were fairly similar. Franklin Pierce was from New Hampshire, so, you've got similar people here, both from New England. New Jersey isn't New England, but Northeast, both from the Northeast. So yeah, Pierce wins the election, and yeah, so now let's go to 1856. 1856. So, this is an interesting one. Again, Pierce did not win the renomination of the Democratic Party. Instead, this guy James Buchanan comes along and wins the support because Pierce ended up being fairly pro-slavery as well. He supported, so there was actually, before the Civil War, there was a statewide civil war in the Kansas territory. It's known as Bleeding Kansas. So the problem was that I believe it was some people wanted Kansas to be a slave state, others wanted it to be a free state. And so you had the pro-slavery and anti-slavery people in Kansas would end up fighting each other. And Pierce would support the pro-slavery faction in Kansas. And the Democrats were like, you shouldn't do that. And so they went with Buchanan because they didn't want anyone explicitly, supporting civil war. And Buchanan ran with running mate John C. Breckinridge, who would go on to run a campaign against Lincoln. But yeah, so Breckinridge was a Southern Democrat, so he was a pro-slavery guy. The Democrats, as you can see, they're not entirely a pro-slavery party. It's just that they keep picking candidates that are sort of pro-slavery. And so, yeah, so this is the first election where you have a Republican. This dude at the bottom here, John C. Fremont, he was a Republican from California. Huh, isn't that fascinating? Way out west there. And let's see, what does he do? So the Republican Party is a new party, and they're explicitly anti-slavery. And so let's see. Oh, yes, Fillmore, Millard Fillmore, who was president, he was one of the vice presidents after Zachary Taylor died. He runs the Know Nothing Party, which is a third party. It's like a nativist party. And he takes a neutral stance on slavery. He essentially says, let's not let this like divide us. Let's just ignore it, essentially. He just tries to ignore the issue. Doesn't really turn out too well. I mean, he did win Maryland, so there's something there. But yeah, so the Democrats, so this is the interesting thing. The Democrats had not fully gone pro-slavery yet. So they still won some support in the North, and they won quite a few northern states. But the Republicans, who were explicitly anti-slavery, lost totally in the South, but gained a lot of support in the North. And so the Republicans would become more popular as we go into 1860, but this time James Buchanan wins the election. But yeah, 1860. So this is the election that causes the Civil War, and it's a four-way election. It's crazy. You've got, so the Democrats nominate this guy, Stephen A. Douglas, to be their candidate, but he was not pro-slavery enough for the Southern Democrats. So the Southern Democrats, finally the split occurs, essentially. The Southern Democrats fracture off and independently nominate John C. Breckinridge, who was, Buchanan's running mate and, vice president. They say Vice President Breckinridge. They choose him to be their nominee. And yeah, you've also got Constitutional Union is sort of like the know-nothings. They have this guy, John Bell. And again, they're like, well, let's just try to keep the nation together and ignore slavery. But it doesn't really work. And so Lincoln runs as the first Republican president, and he's, anti-slavery. And it's interesting, Lincoln was not on the ballot in 10 southern states, but he still won the election. And this made the South very unhappy. So about a month after Lincoln's inauguration, I think South Carolina secedes. South Carolina has this pattern. They were the nullifiers, they were in defiance of Andrew Jackson and the
South
tariffs.
Carolina is always the just...
They're always trying to secede.
Yeah.
South Carolina. Come on, South Carolina. But all the other states are like, hey, that's a good idea, all the southern states. So that starts the Civil War. And yeah, that's the 1860 election. Pretty crazy time. An election that causes a civil war. So that's the only election that has done that, I guess, which is good. Mm-hmm. People have been worried about like unrest with this election, but I mean, just remember, nothing's been as crazy as the Lincoln-Breckinridge election because that caused the Civil War. So yeah. So now let's go to 1864. 1864. So Abraham Lincoln runs, there's this temporary party that they form called the National Union Party. And the National Union Party is created to appeal to Democrats, basically war Democrats. The war Democrats are like, it's unacceptable that the South seceded from the Union. We may like agree with them on certain things, but they shouldn't have seceded. So they joined the Republicans in the National Union Party. And Andrew Johnson, who was one of these war Democrats, is picked as Lincoln's running mate this time, which is different from last time. The last guy was Hannibal Hamlin. And so, yeah, Andrew Johnson is a war Democrat. but also in the National Union. So he's sort of there to appeal to the Northern Democrats and help Lincoln win re-election. So yeah, so you've got, what else? But this guy at the bottom, McClellan, George B. McClellan from New Jersey, he runs a campaign against Lincoln as a Democrat, and doesn't really do very well. Oh, actually, he gets 45% of the popular vote, but he gets very few electoral college votes. Essentially, there's this problem, and after the Civil War, it will be a long time before the Democrats can regain any credibility, essentially, because they're known as the secessionist party. So who wants to vote for them? And so it takes them a while to regain credibility. But yeah, so Lincoln wins because it's kind of funny if you think about it. Since the South seceded, they couldn't vote. But I mean, think of all those states that would have voted Democrat. So it made it easier for Lincoln to get reelected because they all seceded. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So you lose all those Democrat votes. But yeah, so Abraham Lincoln gets assassinated very shortly after being reelected, and Andrew Johnson will become president. But that's a problem because Andrew Johnson was a Democrat. And so even though they're both under the National Union Party, Andrew Johnson ends up having a lot of conflict with the Republicans in Congress because he's essentially like having a different vice president. And he becomes president, and that's not good. So yeah. Also, it's really interesting. The assassination plot against Lincoln, they also tried to kill Andrew Johnson and Lincoln's Secretary of State. And that would have wiped out like the line of succession. Nobody would have known what to do. They were trying to cause chaos in the North to help the South, essentially. John Wilkes Booth and two co-conspirators. And it's also interesting, John Wilkes Booth was like a well-known actor.
Yeah.
Which is just sort of crazy. Imagine a well-known actor kills the president. Like, that's a crazy scenario. But yeah, so he does that. So yeah, let's go into 1868. So Andrew Johnson, I think he was the first president to be impeached, but he was acquitted by one vote. Basically, you have this problem where there's radical Republicans and then moderate Republicans. And the radical Republicans want essentially to fast forward 100 years. They want civil rights for African Americans. That's what the goal of Reconstruction is, right? And the moderates are like, you shouldn't do that. We didn't like slavery, but you don't have to give them equal rights. So they're not as progressive. But there were a lot of radical Republicans in Congress, and Andrew Johnson, as a Democrat, he was not doing well. They were like, get out of here. And they tried to get rid of him, but they unfortunately could not get rid of him. I don't like Andrew Johnson. I don't think he was a good president. But yeah, so Ulysses S. Grant. I wish Brendan was still here.
Oh, yeah.
Right? He loves Ulysses S. Grant.
We would have a legendary debate.
Yeah, so this is an interesting election because this is the first election where African Americans can vote because of the 15th Amendment, and Reconstruction in the South means that federal troops are occupying the southern states and making sure that they don't start, violating civil rights. And so Ulysses S. Grant was a respected Civil War general, so that's why he was chosen. He benefited from, so disenfranchised Confederates. So a ton of Confederates were barred from voting in this election because, it's essentially treason. They committed treason against the U.S. They would eventually be forgiven because otherwise you'd have to, execute everyone in the South, for treason, which wouldn't have really gone well.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but they can't vote, but the African Americans can vote. And so that helps Grant actually win a ton of these southern states. It's pretty crazy that he wins all these southern states because these southern states are really big Democrat areas for 100 years after this. The Democrats run this guy, Horatio Seymour, and they just want to end
He looks
Reconstruction.
cracked out.
He looks pretty interesting. Yeah.
This is the type of man who, you remember my rant on the other one about how if you go to a a Whole Foods at 2 a.m. you'll see some people.
Oh yeah.
He's one of those. He's one of those people. Yeah, if you go to
Yeah.
Walmart.
Yeah. Anyways, but yeah. So Horatio Seymour runs the Democrats. Essentially, they're like, all right, we lost, but could you just get rid of those federal troops? They did not like Reconstruction. So yeah, so they lose. They don't do well. Ulysses S. Grant becomes president, and it's interesting. I've actually read up on Grant's presidency. He wasn't actually as good of a president as he was like a war general. He wasn't equipped to handle the job of the presidency. Like he wasn't really, I guess, good at being president was the problem. Mm-hmm. But he had so much popularity from being a respected war general that he did really well. I mean, it was a difficult situation to manage. This is the Reconstruction era. So he has to essentially consider, what am I going to do about all these Confederates? What am I going to do about half of the nation that was treasonous? Like, do we forgive them? Those were the issues being debated. Essentially, how much civil rights should African Americans get? And it was also a debate of how harshly should we treat the Confederates. Like the radical Republicans wanted I forget what they wanted for the Confederates. They didn't want the Confederates to like vote again and stuff. I mean, essentially they had all renounced their...
People be like 2020 is the most hyper partisan it's ever been.
Yeah, I would say it's
to
second
say
most.
Stuff like this.
Second most.
No, it's nuts. It's really nuts because politics, and even like back then, and I think it's one thing that has remained true even all the way from 1776 to now, is that actually this is kind of more specific to America, is that politics directly relates to your ideals. So if you value, like, say you value community over individuality, like, then you'll go one way or the other. And the reason why I say this more specific to America is because there isn't, like, a king, and because you have freedom of speech, you're able to go and make your own political standpoint. Like, in the earlier elections, you saw that there was a bunch of other different parties, like the four-way elections like that. That still does technically happen today, but no one's really voting for JoJo or
you're not voting for Howard, I think it is.
Howie?
Yeah.
Which one's
I
Howie?
forget.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know.
Green Party.
Green Party. Yeah, Green Party.
Yeah.
Howie. No one's really voting for those people, but they're still there.
JoJo.
Yeah, JoJo. Oh, I love her. Bless your heart, JoJo. But
JoJo. Oh my God, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Make that parody.
I think Jacob was talking about, he does JSA and they get a lot of speakers on, and I think they actually got JoJo to speak at one of the JSA things. I'll have to ask him about that. But
yeah, she's the libertarian, if you guys. Yeah. By the way.
But I'm just to wrap up my point. I just think that even in all this craziness, like you can see, like Texas isn't there, and neither is Mississippi and Virginia and stuff like that. They were still, debating over politics and debating, basically over ideals, But the issue is that sometimes it can get heated,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let's move on to 1872. So 1872 is interesting.
Oh,
it
this
sort of
guy.
Reminds me. Yeah. It reminds me of this one a while back. It reminds me of DeWitt Clinton versus Monroe, I believe it was, or Madison. So it reminds me of the 1812 election. Because in the 1812 election, the Federalists were doing so poorly that they but they supported a moderate Democratic Republican. Same thing happens here. The Democrats are doing so poorly that they just nominate a moderate Republican. This dude, Horace Greeley. So Horace Greeley starts his own little party called the Liberal Republican Party. And the Liberal Republicans essentially are like, let's end Reconstruction, right? Let's forgive the Confederates, stuff like that. They're like the non-progressive people, and the Republicans, radical Republicans, are still going strong. And so the Democrats support the Liberal Republicans. And yeah, Grant does pretty well. Again, just his popularity and the fact that this is Reconstruction era. People were really trying to actually sort of get, equal civil rights. It's pretty interesting that Reconstruction was just this brief period, because in a lot of ways, African Americans like almost had equal rights, or at least a lot more rights than they would in the early 1900s. And so if Reconstruction hadn't ended, the end of Reconstruction was such a setback when it comes to civil rights, if you think about it. It's like decades of progress down the drain. The Reconstruction era was a really progressive time period. I think there were actually some African American senators in this time period, like senators and representatives in the House. So you wouldn't see that again for a long time. So Reconstruction was really an interesting time period. But what's interesting about Horace Greeley is that after all the votes are cast, but before the Electoral College meets, Horace Greeley dies. He just dies. And the result of that is that all the electors just vote for a ton of different people. And this is the only time that one of the major two candidates has died after the election, but before the electors are cast. And that's like a problem. Because if Horace Greeley had won, what would have happened? Who would they have picked? What would they have gone with? Would they have picked his running mate, Benjamin Gratz Brown? Like, who knows? But thankfully, he lost, so it didn't really matter. But this is an interesting question because this election, there are two very old candidates, 74 and 78. And if we keep, as Americans, right, if we keep picking really old candidates, we might be faced with like this uncomfortable reality again. And it might turn out pretty bad, if things go the wrong way, right? Mm-hmm. But yeah, so Horace Greeley, interesting guy, and he died. But yeah, so now let's go to 1876. So 1876 is Rutherford B. Hayes versus Samuel J. Tilden. So Rutherford B. Hayes is a Republican, and he was presumably going to continue Reconstruction, but Hayes did not do very well in the election, whereas Samuel Tilden actually did pretty good for a Democrat in this time period, and he had 185 electoral votes, 184, which is one less than the amount needed to win. And Hayes only had 165, but there were 20 votes that were unpledged yet, right? 20 uncertain votes. And it was like, what are we going to do with all these votes? Who is it? And they ended up striking a deal called the Compromise of 1877, where Rutherford B. Hayes would get all 20 electors and win the presidency by 1 point. And in exchange, he would withdraw troops from the South and end Reconstruction. So the Democrats, even though they lost the presidency, they essentially won their victory because they ended Reconstruction by, basically leveraging the election. So Rutherford B. Hayes ended Reconstruction. He sacrificed the Republican principles for ending the election. Also, he did not win the popular vote. So yeah, he was like not doing well as a candidate, but because of the deal with Tilden and the Democrats, he was able to become president. But yeah, just imagine, right? Imagine if Tilden, had lost and had no claim to any leverage, right? Imagine if Rutherford B. Hayes had swept the nation. I don't know. That's an altist scenario, I guess, right? Mm-hmm. About what if Reconstruction continued. I don't know exactly what the implications would be, or if that is even feasible. But yeah, this is a pretty sad election because the result is that Reconstruction ends and it sets back civil rights many years. But yeah, so this is a disappointing election. But yeah, let's go to 1880. So we got James A. Garfield versus Winfield Scott Hancock. So
tell me that doesn't look like a thinner version of Taft. The
Hancock?
No, the guy in the bottom. Yeah.
I don't know. I think Taft looked fine.
That looks like, no, I'm telling you, that looks like Taft if like he lost 200 pounds. And that's not even an exaggeration. Okay. I mean, literally, if Taft lost...
Taft was like 330 pounds, right?
If he lost 200 pounds, he would look like that guy. But anyways.
Yeah. So James A. Garfield, let's see. So the Republican Party is sort of divided at this point between the radicals and the moderates. And so they picked Garfield as their candidate because he was like a compromise between the two wings. Sort of like, I guess you could say, like how they have, like the Democrats picked Joe Biden, but then they picked Kamala Harris as a running mate to try and appeal to like the more progressive Democrats as well as the more moderate Democrats, right? Garfield was like in the middle, so that's how they had that compromise. But yeah, Hancock swept the South, and this is the start of, historically, although today Republicans typically win the southeastern states, for like a lot of time it was just the Democrats winning those states. And yeah, so you also got this guy Weaver, James B. Weaver he runs a third-party campaign with the Greenback Party. There's essentially this issue of the gold standard, and it's an issue for a while because a lot of people are like, yo, let's get rid of the gold standard and start having some inflation because it will help the economy, it'll help the poor. While others are like, the more business types are like, no, inflation bad, don't do that. Let's keep the gold standard. But I'll get into that more later because it becomes more relevant in future elections. But yeah, so 1876, Garfield's running mate is Chester A. Arthur, and he's only important because James A. Garfield dies. It's actually really interesting. James A. Garfield gets killed by this crazy guy named like something Guiteau, like he was French. It wasn't even politically motivated. It's an interesting story. Guiteau basically was just this unwell person.
Charles Guiteau.
Charles Guiteau. He was just unwell, and he was just this random person, and he gives a speech endorsing Garfield for president. But that would be like just me, like on this live stream saying I support such and such for president. But then after James A. Garfield wins, Charles Guiteau is like, wow, my speech helped him win. Imagine, right? Imagine if I gave you guys a speech about one of the two candidates and then they win, and then I were to claim that I were responsible for helping them win, right? It would be ridiculous. But Guiteau thought he was entitled to a position in the cabinet, essentially. He wanted to be the ambassador to Gran Colombia or Peru or something like that. And he kept pestering Garfield about it. And then Chester A. Arthur is like, after a few times of just getting like accosted on the street, he's like, I will hear no more about this Peruvian ambassadorship. And Charles just snaps, and then later he shoots James A. Garfield and kills him.
He is not well.
He is not well. It's just a crazy person. But yeah, so now we go to 1888. Or wait, 1884.
1884,
sorry. Yeah. 1884. So we got Grover Cleveland versus James G. Blaine.
Grover
So,
Cleveland.
so Blaine was the Secretary of State under Garfield and then Arthur. And Arthur tried to get the Republican nomination, but he didn't win it. You've got this section of the Republican Party called the Mugwumps. It's the stupidest name, Mugwump. The Mugwumps abandoned Blaine. They didn't like Blaine. They thought he was corrupt, and they supported Cleveland. And that resulted in the first Democrat win since the Civil War, because they didn't all support Blaine. Like, the Republicans were not unified behind Blaine. But yeah, the election was heavy again with mudslinging, corruption charges, or not charges, but accusations against Blaine. And Grover Cleveland was interesting. He was a Democrat from New York, and he had a reputation of integrity. And since Blaine was viewed as corrupt, Cleveland was viewed as a person with more integrity, and that helped him. But yeah, there was also the gold standard issue. Cleveland was in support of the gold standard. Blaine was not in support of the gold standard. I believe, I want to make sure I don't have that flipped. Let's see. Yeah, I think it was, Blaine was not in support. So Blaine was in support of this thing called bimetallism, which is gold and silver standard. So it's, let's use silver as well as gold, do a dual metal standard, and it'll help poor people because you'll be able to mint more money, help the economy. Cleveland was like, I don't think that's a good idea. And so he wins, and it's pretty cool. He's the first Democrat since the Civil War, so that was quite an accomplishment. But yeah, so next election, 1888, we got Grover Cleveland versus Benjamin Harrison. So during Cleveland's first term as president, he had some pretty low tariffs, and he was opposed to giving pensions to Civil War veterans. Well, not necessarily opposed, but it was like I think it was like some Treasury Department was responsible for deciding that, and they decided, no, we will not give these people pensions. And then Congress passed a law saying, oh, let's give them pensions. Let's supersede this one government department. But Cleveland vetoed it and said, hey, that's not for you. That's the department to decide, right? And so, yeah, the low tariffs, the free trade was considered bad for the economy by a lot of like working people, the factories, the jobs. It's like protectionism is essentially this policy that goes back and forth. Protectionism in trade is the idea of helping domestic markets by taxing foreign imported goods. And so Grover Cleveland was not in favor of protectionism, whereas Benjamin Harrison was, and that helped Benjamin Harrison because at this time it was viewed that protectionism would help people. But yeah, so Harrison won the Republican nomination, and yeah, he was a protectionist. He was like, we will help American jobs by putting tariffs on products from foreign nations. I think that's also a current Republican. I think that's Trump's running on that. He got rid of like the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would be a free trade agreement. He replaced NAFTA, right? He replaced NAFTA with like I forgot what it was, like the Mexican Canadian something.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this Benjamin Harrison, Republican running on protectionism. And part of Trump's campaign is definitely some protectionism. To bring back jobs is the argument. That's the argument. But the other side says free trade is better because protectionism just raises prices for consumers. But it's an active debate. I mean, it's been debated for so long. It was debated all the way between the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans. So, yeah. But this time around, Benjamin Harrison beats Grover Cleveland in the Electoral College, but not in the popular vote. And yeah, so let's see. 1888. But yeah, that's it. And it's interesting because this splits up Cleveland's presidency into 2 non-consecutive terms. So let's get into 1892. 1892.
Guess who's back?
Yep, back again. Grover Cleveland. He runs another time. So Grover Cleveland wins the nomination for the Democratic Party again, and so does Benjamin Harrison. But this time Cleveland manages to beat Harrison. And so there's a few things that contribute to this. Remember that guy James B. Weaver from before? He runs again, this time under a different third party called the Populist Party. And he again is running for bimetallism, and that sort of stuff with the economy. Also, so it's interesting. Benjamin Harrison succeeded in passing protectionist policies. It's something known as the McKinley Tariff, and McKinley would become president later, but McKinley at this point was in Congress, and exactly what you would expect happened. The McKinley Tariff increased prices, and so people were like, "Oh, we don't like it." So it's funny. You've got one election, you've got people saying, "We don't like free trade; it hurts our jobs." Then the next election, you've got, "We don't like protectionism; it makes things too expensive." People can't make up their mind on this issue, it seems, right? So, but yeah, James B. Weaver does a lot better this time. He gets 8.5% of the popular vote, and all those yellow states he wins. So he wins a few states, and it's interesting because Grover Cleveland again is in support of the gold standard, whereas Harrison and Weaver are both against it. So you could say that Weaver split the vote. I mean, look at the states he won. Those states are traditionally Republican states, at least in this time period. So Weaver sort of hurt Harrison's chances, and Cleveland was able to get back at the presidency. But yeah, so that's what happens. That's 1892. So 1896, McKinley. Got this guy, William McKinley versus William Jennings Bryan. McKinley is the Republican nominee. So Bryan was also supported by populists. So there were 2 wings of the Democratic Party here. There was like the more populist side and the more conservative side, and Bryan was more of a populist. So the populists had control over the party for a while. But since he lost the conservative Democrats, and since William McKinley was more of a conservative, those Democrats, went to McKinley. And let's see. So yeah, Bryan, as a populist, he blamed the rich and wealthy for the economic troubles and the Panic of 1893. And so that caused a ton of the more conservative types to go over to William McKinley. And it's interesting, William McKinley's campaign pioneered election, like many modern election campaign tactics. His campaign manager was Mark Hanna. And so it's fascinating, it's the beginning of modern campaigning, essentially. But yeah, so Bryan was a supporter of bimetallism and inflation to end the crisis, but McKinley was more conservative. And so he ultimately won this one. So McKinley was more in favor of the gold standard again. The gold standard wouldn't end up being removed until FDR. So yeah. But yeah, that's the election of 1896. So now let's go to 1900. Actually, let's take a brief intermission for like a minute. I
want to grab a drink of water. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a long one. 1900, turn of the century. So we're about halfway through. So let's. I'll be right back.
All right. I'm going to grab some water as well. So we will see you back in probably about like 2 to 3 minutes.
All right, I'm back. But Sebastian's probably not back yet, so let's give it a minute. Just checking chat here. Jam McCarthy says first. So if anyone wants to be second, comment in the chat.
All right. And we are back with the Gravity Max live stream, talking about every single presidential election. My hair looks terrible underneath my headphones. I'm gonna fix that.
Yes, every single election.
I gotta get my hair done, man. I gotta get my hair fresh. I'm not thinking your buzz cut, but I'm thinking, you need something.
Yeah, I got a buzz cut.
Look at him.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, it looks good.
I could feel during my haircut. I felt I could feel wind on my head. My head feels so cold now.
That's what
it's refreshing, to be honest.
That's what the airbenders do. Like, that's actually the reason why they shave their head in the Avatar: The Last Airbender universe, is so that they can feel the wind on their
I look a bit like Aang after that. Like he was like dead but not dead, and he was in like a coma for like 3 weeks. Yeah, that's what I look like right now. But yeah, let's get back. I addressed Jam McCarthy in chat. He said first, so. All right,
1900.
Yeah. This is a rematch election, which I think both political parties have sort of realized by today that it's not a good idea to do a rematch election. Just because if they didn't win the first time, why would they win the second time? You know what I mean? That's why you don't have Hillary Clinton running again against Trump. You have Biden, because it's like, okay, we already tried Clinton against Trump and she wasn't able to win. So now let's try Biden against Trump, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I guess that's the logic, but they hadn't really developed that yet. So it was McKinley versus William Jennings Bryan, except the vice president last time, Garrett Hobart, he died in 1899. So the Republicans were like, okay, we need a new vice president. And that man was none other than Theodore Roosevelt.
This man deserves a standing ovation.
Yep, absolute baller, Theodore Roosevelt. We'll get to him in a bit. But yeah, so William Jennings Bryan, let's see. So yeah, McKinley was really popular. I could understand if McKinley had a disastrous presidency, why it would be a good idea to run Bryan again, but McKinley was doing really well. There was a lot of economic recovery during his first term, and the Spanish-American War was a victory for America, so that made him popular. But yeah, Bryan's economics and anti-imperialism, he was in support of bimetallism, right?
Sorry,
and he was more anti-imperialist, which was unpopular at this time period. But yeah, let's get into Teddy Roosevelt. So Teddy Roosevelt was the governor of New York. He was popular because during the Spanish-American War, he ran this group of soldiers called the Rough Riders. He was in charge of the Rough Riders, and they became really popular. And yeah, so he became the governor of New York. Pretty cool guy, and pretty important because William McKinley would be assassinated by an anarchist by the name of Leon Kasigalagadada. Something Polish I can't really pronounce. And my ancestors come from Poland and the surrounding
You're
areas.
a disgrace, man.
yeah.
No, I can't read Gaelic.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, they're like Russian, Romanian, Bulgarian. I don't think anyone actually from Poland, but from that area of people with unpronounceable names.
You know, Zach is like Lithuanian or something. Some weird like that. Apologies to any of our Lithuanian viewers.
Lithuanian. Yeah. Whenever you say Lithuania, Latvia, or the other one,
Estonia.
Estonia, I always think of Rento for some reason, the Baltic bloc. But yeah. Anyway, so since William McKinley gets assassinated by Leon the Anarchist, Teddy Roosevelt has to become president, and he becomes a pretty cool president, I would say. So, yeah.
Maybe Leon knew.
Maybe he knew. Yeah.
We gotta get this guy in the office ASAP. He's like, we need to speed run this. You know, and then he sees McKinley, and he's like, come on, man.
Yeah. But anyway, so since Teddy Roosevelt is president, and he does pretty well for himself as president, we get to the 1904 election, and wouldn't you know it, Teddy Roosevelt is running for election. Isn't that interesting? So Roosevelt was the first vice president to ascend to the presidency and then win re-election. So all the other guys, if you remember, John Tyler, Millard Fillmore, I think Chester A. Arthur, all these people never renominated, never win the presidency again. But Teddy Roosevelt, he's just that kind of guy.
Just that good. He's just that good.
He does it. He runs against this dude, Alton B. Parker. Parker was more of a conservative Democrat. Basically, you had the Bryan supporters were like not as strong this time around, and Parker briefly got control of the party, but it went back to Bryan. Bryan's another one of these Henry Clay types that tries to run for president so many times.
I have a question.
Yep. What's the question?
So look at this map. If you look at it, it is a clear split between north and south. You know, like whatever that line is called, the Mason-Dixon line. Yeah.
Well, except Missouri.
And those.
And Maryland.
Yeah. But you get those, and it is just a clear, the top is this way and the bottom is this way. If you look at maps today, you get, like, obviously the colors would be reversed, but the, like, you get the north and the south, but then you also get southern influence or things with southern ideologies that creep up through Missouri, Nebraska, Kansas, Iowa, and like South Dakota, North Dakota, all the way up to Montana. So I'm just interested of how that happened, because right here you can see there's just a clear divide, but nowadays, you know, it creeps up all the way to one of the most northern states.
Well, we'll actually get into that a bit later, just because we're going to be covering essentially this changing election map over time. But I would say now, if you looked at states, if you looked at a list of states according to population density, I think you would find not a 100%, but I think you might find a bit of a correlation between higher population density and voting Democrat. Because Democrats win the big cities, whereas Republicans win the rural areas. And like, no one lives in Montana, no one lives in Wyoming. So now it's more about rural versus urban than north versus south. That would be my explanation, but we'll get into it a bit more later. But yeah. All right. What year is it?
What year is it?
1904.
We're on 1904 right now.
So 1904. So Theodore Roosevelt runs for re-election, and so Roosevelt was doing really well in foreign relations and handling monopolies. Roosevelt was known as the trust buster. And so he was doing pretty well. So it's interesting. Roosevelt was more of a progressive. He would actually go off and form a third party called the Progressives, but he sort of had the parties flip this election. And I wouldn't really call it a flip. I would say more that like both parties had conservative and progressive factions. And it's just that the Republicans typically held the conservative, like McKinley was a conservative candidate and Bryan was a more progressive candidate. But this time Roosevelt was the progressive and Parker was the conservative, which is just fascinating. But yeah, so Parker was, it was mostly a personality contest here. So obviously, Roosevelt would win, right? Mm-hmm. If it's a personality contest, Parker has come unarmed.
Exactly.
Parker's like, oh, your presidency's arbitrary and erratic, and Roosevelt's like, get out of here. So Roosevelt.
that's like the meme where it's like one guy's like crying and the other guy's just like, yes, it's really bad.
Yep. Yeah. So Roosevelt's pretty cool.
Parker is like, you can't just beat people up in bar fights and steal their guns. Like, yes.
Yes. Can. Yep. But yeah, so Roosevelt, I like Roosevelt. I would say he's probably my third favorite president after Washington and Lincoln. Or Lincoln and Washington. I don't know, actually. Lincoln and Washington might be tied for first. But,
I would put Washington over Lincoln because he was able to call stuff in the future. Like, he was able to be like, parties are going to be the downfall. You got to watch out for foreign intervention. He was able to call that from 300 years ago.
Yeah. But Lincoln actually fought against the forces trying to divide the country, whereas Washington was just like, it's going to happen.
I see him as, like, Washington's the...
But no, I agree. Washington established all this precedent, and by not running for re-election after 2 terms was really instrumental in making America not a monarchy. So
yeah, he's the father of America. Lincoln is the son, and Teddy Roosevelt's the cool uncle.
That's what I think that's fair. Yeah. But yeah, so let's move into 1908.
And Jefferson is the problematic uncle, but he's still invited to the table.
Yep. So in this election, William Jennings Bryan decides,
oh my God,
I'm gonna run again.
I'm telling you, it's Henry Clay in a mask.
Yep. So McKinley was assassinated like 2 months after being reelected, and so Roosevelt was almost 4 years already. He had almost been in the presidency for 4 years. It was like 90% of a full term. So he could have run for re-election, but he was uncomfortable with violating the 2-term tradition, you know? So instead he picks his successor to be William Howard Taft, who was his Secretary of War. He's like, you'll be good. You'll do great, Taft. They were both personal friends before. So they're like, yeah, I want you to be my successor.
I always like that. I always like historical figures just being buds with each other. Like Ernest Hemingway.
That won't last.
And yeah, it won't. But Ernest Hemingway and F. Scott Fitzgerald were like best buddies. You know, stuff like that. Or the how at one point all the leaders of Europe were related to each other. That's also pretty funny.
Yeah. But yeah, so Bryan again running the same shtick. He's like, bimetallism, do it. And the liberals and the populists like him, but he's losing ground here. This was his worst performance out of all 3 elections, and so Taft wins quite a good victory. This man, he just needs to chill, Bryan. Bryan needs to chill. But yeah, so
doesn't
Taft
he
wins.
know that in trilogies the third one is always the worst?
Yep. But yeah, so now we move into 1908.
We are in
1912. Just the next one. Go to the next one. So
Woodrow Wilson.
Taft, Yeah. So let's start with Taft. So Taft's presidency. So right after Roosevelt was, no longer in office, while he was finally free from the burdens of being president, he goes on like an African safari. And when he comes back, he's like, "What the heck are you doing, Taft? This is ridiculous." He was infuriated with what Taft was doing. Taft was being too like conservative and was not doing what Roosevelt wanted him to do. And so
he comes back with like 16 pelts, and he's like,
Yep.
"What are you doing?"
So Roosevelt's like, "You know what, Taft? I'm challenging you in the RNC." So Roosevelt tries to win the Republican nomination, but the Republicans are like, "I don't know. I think we'll go with Taft." So Roosevelt's like, "Fine. I don't need you guys. I can just run my own campaign."
I'll make my own campaign with blackjack and hookers.
Yep. So he runs his own campaign under the new Progressive Party. He's a third-party candidate, and he is the most recent third-party candidate to actually get second place in an election, which is pretty crazy.
Because he's just that guy.
He's just that good, right?
I can't imagine.
But yeah,
Teddy Roosevelt, he can be an intimidating guy just because he has so much to him. Him being angry at you, like if you had to sit down and have Teddy Roosevelt yell at you, I don't even know how I would survive.
That. Yeah. But yeah, Taft actually was known. In one instance, he was like crying over the fact that Roosevelt was insulting him and had like they had a falling out. It kind of makes me sad. I'm like, oh, they were such good friends, but then Roosevelt was not pleased, and so I feel sort of bad for
Roosevelt
Taft.
Comes back from Africa. He's like, oh, what are you doing, fat boy? You little fat boy. And
Taft's but the thing is, Roosevelt's third party campaign splits the vote with Taft, so it helps Woodrow Wilson win. Woodrow Wilson had Bryan's support, William Jennings Bryan's. This dude, persistent. But he's like, fine, you know what? I won't run again. I think the writing's on the wall. So he's like, how about you run, Wilson? And so also in this election, this was the best showing for a socialist, Eugene V. Debs. He got 6% of the popular vote. No electoral college votes, though. But yeah, that's the best election for a socialist, essentially. So he did pretty well there. Eugene V. Debs is another one of these guys. He was the socialist nominee so many years in a row. But yeah, so this sort of the 1912 election is a lesson in the spoiler effect, because Taft and Roosevelt split the vote and helped Woodrow Wilson win, and so Woodrow Wilson became president. Look at this dude, Woodrow Wilson. It's pretty crazy that he won the presidency, by all accounts, he shouldn't have won, but Roosevelt and Taft, their personal argument, so sad. You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Well, maybe if Taft wasn't such just a trash president, then maybe...
Yeah, maybe if Taft stepped down. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so yeah, let's go on to 1916. 1916. So Woodrow Wilson is running for re-election against Charles Evans Hughes. That's the Republican nominee here. And this is interesting because Charles Evans Hughes was a Supreme Court justice. And so he stepped down to run for president. And then later he would be confirmed again by the next Republican, which is just strange. Who steps down from the Supreme Court to run for president?
Madness.
Only this guy. No one else has done this. He's the only guy that does it. Also, interestingly enough, William Howard Taft in 1930, he will be appointed to the Supreme Court, so he becomes a SCOTUS justice. But not before his presidency, after. But Charles Evans Hughes is like, oh, I'm gonna run for president. And so he was a compromise between the conservatives and the progressives in the Republican Party. because the Republicans, they saw what happened last time. They saw what happened in 1912. They didn't want that to happen again. So they're like, okay, who can we pick that won't split the vote? And it was Charles Evans Hughes. So he managed to keep the party from splitting. And let's see, so Woodrow Wilson, his neutrality in World War I was really popular amongst Americans because Americans wanted to stay out of it. They were isolationists. And Woodrow Wilson had stayed out of it for quite a while. Although he would enter it about a few months after his inauguration, but that was after America was provoked quite a bit with like Zimmerman telegrams, sinking of the Lusitania, but Americans were like, keep us out of war, keep us out of war. And so Woodrow Wilson was reelected for that. So now we go to 1920. 1920. Two people wanted to run again. Wilson and Roosevelt wanted to run again, right? They were both going to seek their party nominations, but Roosevelt died in 1919, so he was not able to win the Republican nomination. And Woodrow Wilson, what a tragedy. Woodrow Wilson had a stroke, so they weren't going to... An event. Woodrow Wilson. It's really interesting. The last year of Wilson's presidency, he made no public appearances, and or not no, but very few. And his wife signed a ton of bills for him. The president has to sign, because he had a stroke. He was half paralyzed, and he was like, I want to run for president again. And the Democrats are like, no, you do not. You do not want to do that, Wilson.
Let me at him.
But yeah, so instead, and also this is the first election after the 19th Amendment, or wait, is it? I keep 19th, right? And so that's the women get the right to vote. So this is the first election where women can vote. And so I get confused between 19th and 20th.
Because it happened in 1920. Yeah. Yeah,
that's probably why. Numbers. But yeah, so let's see. So yeah, Warren G. Harding. He gets the Republican nominee. His campaign, he promised a return to normalcy after World War I, and he promoted non-interventionism, and he criticized Woodrow Wilson for getting involved in the war. And Wilson was pretty unpopular at this point. And so Harding was like, we're going to return to non-interventionist policy. Wilson, you're bad. And so he largely ignored James M. Cox, who was the Democrat. And so he campaigned essentially against Wilson's legacy instead of against James M. Cox, which is fascinating. But James M. Cox, even though he lost, his running mate was another prominent name, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. So that's a portend. Also, Warren G. Harding, his running mate was Calvin Coolidge. Both running mates would eventually become president. So Calvin Coolidge and FDR both would end up becoming president. But not this election. So instead you got Warren G. Harding. He's more of a conservative. So yeah. 1924.
Well, Calvin Coolidge. I've heard a lot of weird things about Calvin Coolidge. Firstly, he's on the... What's the $100,000 bill? I think he's on that.
Oh, he is. Okay. A Federal Reserve note.
No, that's Woodrow. That's Woodrow Wilson, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But Calvin Coolidge, I heard that he took 1,000 naps per day. He was just so prone to napping. He got 18 hours of sleep per day or something.
Oh yeah, so here's so in 1924, Calvin Coolidge was the incumbent president because Harding died of indigestion or something. I don't know. Harding, he left. So both of these guys were conservatives. The 20s were a big time for conservative Republicans. And so Coolidge, who succeeded Harding, he was seeking re-election. And his opponent, John W. Davis, was also a conservative. And so they both promoted limited government and low taxes and low regulation. So that was sort of Coolidge and Harding.
Coolidge's affinity for sleep became more extreme after that sucks, after his son died. But he took a pre-lunch nap, a 2 to 4 hour post-lunch nap, and he gets 11 hours of sleep nightly.
He was just asleep through his whole presidency. Oh my God. It makes sense he advocated for limited government. I mean, he wasn't there to govern.
Exactly. He was like, I want to deal with this.
Oh my gosh, yeah. That's great. So since both parties had relatively conservative candidates, the progressives ran La Follette as a third-party progressive candidate, and he won Wisconsin. But that's it. He won Wisconsin. He was from Wisconsin, so that's why.
His mom voted for him.
His mom voted. Yeah. So yeah, Coolidge. The economy under Harding and Coolidge was doing very well, and so people trusted him to continue that, and he did. The Republicans, basically, the 1920s were a time period of conservative Republicans with a good economy. I mean, think of the 20s as a time period. That's sort of in the background of the 20s, you know? Like, you like to think of, like when you think of the 80s, you always think of Ronald Reagan and sort of Reagan stuff. But I think the 20s had a sort of similar trend with the Republican presidents. Of course, that would come to a screeching halt in a little year called 1929. But yeah, let's get into that. So let's start 1928. We got Herbert Hoover versus Al Smith. Yeah. Herbert Hoover he was the Secretary of Commerce under Calvin Coolidge. And I find that kind of ironic because he did not handle the Great Depression well once he was elected, you know, but he's supposedly an expert in commerce, you know what I mean? But yeah, so he was Coolidge's Secretary of Commerce, and again, the 20s had a booming economy. Everything was going great, despite of the Prohibition. People were like, "Yeah, I'm having such a good time in the 1920s," and so he wins quite a big victory.
Just a weird fact. Herbert Hoover's last words, no one knows what his last spoken words are, but his last written words were a telegram to Harry Truman, because Harry Truman had hit his head on a bathtub after slipping in his bathroom, and Hoover's telegram to him just said, "Bathtubs are a menace to ex-presidents, for as you may recall, a bathtub rose up and fractured my vertebrae when I was in Venezuela. My warmest sympathy and best wishes for your speedy recovery."
Wow.
So
that's interesting.
It's just bathtubs are just kind of a polarizing symbol.
Yeah, maybe they should start just taking showers. I think maybe that'll solve the issue. But yeah, so Al Smith was a Catholic, and Americans did not like Catholics. So he faced anti-Catholic prejudice, and he was opposed to Prohibition. He wanted to end Prohibition. And that negatively affected his campaign because you had a lot of conservatives here. And yeah, so both candidates were newcomers to the presidential race. But it's interesting because they were both well respected as leaders. They were both considered good leaders. But now, after Hoover's presidency, where he kind of did nothing during the Great Depression, he didn't really do anything to fix it, he's considered a pretty bad leader now. But it's just fascinating because before his presidency, he was considered a pretty good leader. But yeah, so the 1920s, I'm just reiterating, Republican and conservatives, they were just doing well in the 1920s. So it's an interesting time period. But yeah, so Hoover wins, and then the Great Depression occurs. So let's go into 1932. So
Look
Hoover,
at that. He just flipped the script on him.
I know, he flipped the script, yeah. Hoover was... Wait, yeah, I'm 1932, okay. Hoover was a conservative, right? So he was into limited government, limited intervention. And so naturally, he didn't really want to do much with the Great Depression. He was like, I don't want to interfere with the free market, right? And so it didn't just fix itself, you know. The Great Depression didn't just magically fix itself. So Hoover was not very popular. He was seen as too hands-off, and his policies didn't effectively handle the crisis, essentially. So FDR ran on a platform of a New Deal. So before, I think Teddy Roosevelt actually had something called the Square Deal, if I recall correctly. He had the Square Deal. He's like, we need a square deal. It was about like the monopolies and stuff. And so that's why Roosevelt's like, we need a New Deal. And so he wanted to fix the Depression with the New Deal, and the New Deal was some pretty like unprecedented things, like stuff that hadn't been done before. A lot of it was actually unconstitutional, and so they had to like mess with that. FDR actually, later in his presidency, he would try to add Supreme Court justices to the Supreme Court, so that they would rule in favor of his like New Deal policies, but Congress or the Senate did not help him out with that, and so they blocked him from doing that. But yeah, FDR just wins a landslide here because Americans were desperate, and yeah, because of the Great Depression. So this is interesting. I've heard this comparison made, is that President Trump has been the first president who will, or if he loses, who will leave office with less jobs than when he entered office since Herbert Hoover. So because of the Great Depression, Herbert Hoover, you know, lost a ton of jobs. Mm-hmm. So there were like a ton of people lost jobs in America, really high unemployment. And now because of COVID, there's also high unemployment. So Trump, if he loses, will be the first president to have lost jobs since Herbert Hoover. And so since Donald Trump is a Republican, and like now the Republican Party, whereas before both parties have had conservatives and progressives, now the Republicans are pretty solidly conservative. So Trump has been fairly hands-off with COVID, and people have compared him to Herbert Hoover because Hoover was also hands-off with the Great Depression. So I think it's an interesting comparison. Will we see a Biden like 45 state sweep? I don't quite think so. I don't quite think. I think it'll be a close election, but I think this election might be sort of bad news for the president, and like with the polling and stuff. But we'll get into that. We'll get into 2020 later. But yeah. So yeah, that's 1932. Roosevelt elected. Bam. So now let's go to 1936. So in 1936,
even a smaller.
Yeah, you got this guy Alf Landon. He's the Republican. He tries to defeat FDR. Oh yeah, for some reason I feel like FDR looks like Brendan.
I see
in this
it.
Picture at least.
I
right?
see it. I totally see it.
I'm like, why does he look like Brendan? But I wish let's get him back in here for a side-by-side comparison.
Honestly,
yeah. But yeah, so FDR, he already, in just his first term, he passed Social Security, which is, you know, modern day, we have Social Security, and he passed a ton of unemployment benefits. So he was very popular for those policies, the unemployment benefits and Social Security. And he promised even more New Deal policies. He was like, more's on the way. So people were very excited for FDR to win again. Alf Landon, he was a moderate on the New Deal. He knew that he couldn't outright oppose it without massively losing, and he massively lost anyway. But he was like, I think maybe we should make it more efficient. He criticized that the New Deal was like inefficient and government waste. So he was like, we should change it. Like, I could run it better. But people are like, nah, get out of here, Alf Landon. Get out. And so FDR won a greater landslide this time than last time, and he won 523 electoral votes. That's crazy. Can you believe that? 523 votes in the Electoral College.
He didn't get the memo that was only 270 to win.
Yeah, he didn't get the memo. Yeah. But yeah, so Alf Landon. Alf Landon was from Kansas. What did he do? Was he a governor?
Kansas didn't even vote for him.
His
mom didn't even vote for him.
He was the governor of Kansas, Alf Landon. But yeah, so he was not able to defeat Roosevelt. So now let's go to 1940. So Roosevelt, at first, he was a little reluctant to break the two-term tradition, but developments in Europe sort of convinced him, like, okay, I got to run again. I got to run for re-election. And so yeah, he wasn't going to run for a third term, but the European problems convinced him to do so. But he still promised isolationism when he was running again, because the American people really liked isolationism. They didn't want to get involved in European wars. It would always take some justification to compel us. The first time it was the Zimmerman Note, and now it will end up being Pearl Harbor. But that hadn't happened yet. That happens in 1941. But yeah, so Wendell Willkie was the Republican nominee, and he was a businessman. And he criticized, again, waste and inefficiency in the New Deal. And he warned about breaking the two-term tradition. He's like, FDR, you're a dictator, like, you shouldn't do this. I think there's a pin. It was like, Washington wouldn't, like, Hoover couldn't or something, and then FDR shouldn't vote no on a third term, right? I think we talked about that in the amendments episode. But so go check that out. That was the 22nd Amendment, I believe. Or no, 20th? 22nd. And so yeah, but the thing is, Willkie, since he's a businessman, the people don't like him because, the Great Depression, whenever there's economic troubles, it's always the rich and the businessmen that are considered to have exploited the situation, right? And a lot of the time, I guess that's true. But so yeah. So Willkie didn't really do well because of his association with big business, right? And so America was actually just emerging from the Great Depression. So FDR was finally turning things around with the Great Depression, and that greatly helped his re-election campaign because he was finally, getting out of the economic troubles. But just as he got out of the economic troubles, now we're entering the war troubles, right? And we enter World War II. But yeah, so FDR gets re-election. However, you might notice that this wasn't as massive of a sweep as last time. Willkie was able to gain some traction. So I think it's difficult for any president to have so many terms because each term is just more scandals, right? Mm-hmm. And so it's interesting because while sometimes you do gain an advantage from having experience, at the same time, you also gain an advantage from being a fresh, like a new slate, right? But FDR was just really popular. I mean, he was probably fourth favorite. He was a pretty cool guy, ranked really highly. He won 4 elections, so that says something.
Yeah, that is clout. Any way you put it.
Yep. So yeah, FDR in 1944 he runs again, and they replace his running mate. So he had 3 vice presidents over the course of his presidency. He starts with John Nance Garner, and then John Nance Garner is replaced with Henry A. Wallace for 1940, and then Henry A. Wallace is replaced with Harry S. Truman for 1944, because in this election, the Democratic Party, they were concerned about Roosevelt's health, and they were like, the polio is probably getting to him, and he died very shortly after he was inaugurated for his 4th term. But it was a wartime election, so that helped Roosevelt. Also, because it was like during wartime, there were rumors about Roosevelt's, bad health condition, but those were kept under wraps because, it's you got to be patriotic for the war effort, right? So I don't think they didn't explicitly suppress the press, but I think there's one instance where a reporter actually got a picture of Roosevelt like struggling or something from the paralysis, but he decided, I'm not gonna publish this because it would be bad for the country. So it was more of a patriotic thing. And so World War II was going well for the Allies at this point, and so that helped Roosevelt get reelected. But yeah, this guy that runs against him is Thomas E. Dewey, Republican from New York. I think he was, let's see, is he the governor of New York? Yeah, governor of New York. Governor Dewey. He's like, Sebastian, you commented on his appearance, Governor Dewey, when we were talking about this, and I agree with you.
Yeah, he looks like the traditional mobster, He's like,
he looks, exactly. He looks like a mobster. It's so funny. But yeah, Dewey actually outright criticized the New Deal, whereas the previous Republicans were scared to do that. Dewey was like, no, we need small government. You're not a socialist, but I'm not sure he actually accused FDR of being a socialist. But he was like, we need small government.
Imagine accusing the U.S. president in the 1940s.
No, I don't think he did.
I know. I'm just saying, imagine. Just imagine.
He didn't do that, but he was saying the New Deal involved too many big government and leftist policies. So he was like, we need small government. But again, the people were supportive of FDR. However, the Republicans keep gaining traction here each time. FDR, 1932 and 1936, he did very well, but then it's starting to wane a little bit, but he still wins. But yes, he dies very shortly into his fourth term as president. Oh my gosh. This is...
You want me to start picking it up? Because these are the presidents that I actually know. Mid 1800s, I'm shaky, really, I kind of got
I got all my notes. I'm going to say just as much, but if you have more to add, then definitely add more. If you have anything else on the
Well, I just know a lot more about these people.
Yeah, of course. Makes sense. More recent. So yeah, should we move on to 1948?
We shall.
All right, so 1948.
With Harry Truman. Max, do you want to repeat your joke?
No, I will not repeat my joke.
It's a good joke.
It's not a good joke.
It's a really good joke.
It's not a good joke. Please do not repeat it.
I will not.
I beg of you. I will hit end stream. Okay.
I will not.
So, Dewey is running again, and Dewey, give it up. I don't get these. At this point, when someone runs for president and loses, they're essentially spent.
Honestly.
People will run again in the primaries, but if you win your primary and lose the general election, you're sort of done at this point. That's sort of where we've gotten to in American politics. But in the past, they were more willing to try someone multiple times. But yeah, so 1948. So Truman, he faced heavy division in the Democratic Party. And you got this guy, Strom Thurmond, governor of South Carolina. Basically the problem, this is where a lot of the shifts occur. So the Democrats, just after the Civil War, were fairly segregationist, but they begin to move away from this because they're also now fairly, more left-leaning economic policy. New Deal and stuff like that. They're into more government intervention for the economy. So those are two factors of the Democratic Party, is the racism and the economics, right? Mm-hmm. And so, but at this point, the segregationist faction of the Democratic Party begins to lose traction in the party. And I mean, once we get to 1964, Lyndon B. Johnson, a Democrat, is promoting the Civil Rights Act, right? So you've got, at this point, you've got the segregationist Democrats breaking away from the party, and they launch a series of third-party campaigns. So this is the first one. Strom Thurmond, he runs as a Dixiecrat. He says he's a Dixiecrat, and so he's like he gets some votes in the South, right? But yeah, Dewey avoided direct criticism of Truman. Why did I write that? I wrote poor notes. But let's see, what did he do? I don't know. Well, Truman had really low approval ratings. Truman was really unpopular here, and he was widely considered the underdog. So Dewey more focused on like how good he was, because he thought the situation with Truman would, take care of itself. Because there was also another third-party campaign of like progressive Democrats. So the Democrats were really divided here. Yet Harry S. Truman won in an upset. There's actually a famous photo where Truman's holding this newspaper that says Dewey defeats Truman, because like the newspaper was so certain that it would happen that they ended up printing it like by mistake. So he's
That's
like,
funny.
ha ha, lol. And so
He's just
so
shocked.
he
I want to
wins.
find that picture. That's hysterical.
Yeah. So he wins in 1948. So do you have anything on 1948?
Yeah, Harry Truman is just such an... He is the epitome of the Walt Whitman quote that says, "I'm large, I contain multitudes." Because if you think about it, 1940 to 1960 is so densely packed with stuff. My next video is on the Korean War, and Truman was directly involved in that.
Yep.
And it's weird because, you would think, oh, he dropped two nukes on Japan, right? That's what everyone knows Truman for, is for his decision to use the nuclear option. So you would think, oh, this dude is, pretty into like war, pretty into doing stuff like that, utilizing his stuff. But the thing is that he's really not. The thing is that in the Korean War, he wanted to, he really didn't want to get too into it, and when he heard that China was thinking about joining, he was like, we are not doing this, right? But he had a general, the absolute mad lad Douglas MacArthur, who is just insane. And MacArthur was like, hey, what did he say? He says, there is no substitute for victory over communism.
Yep. He's like, let's nuke the border between North Korea and China.
Yeah.
So that they can't invade us.
No, that's what it was. Because as the U.S. and Korean troops were pushing into Korea, they approached that border, which is marked by the I forget the name of the river, but that border is a river, and China was like, hey, or it was Mao. So Mao was like, hey, if you get close to that river, I might have to intervene. And Truman was like, okay, no, it's a good, hands off, my hands are in the air, you can see him. And Douglas MacArthur's like, my hand's on the button. Just give it the word, Captain. And he's like, what do you want to do? He's like, I want to drop 50 nukes on China. And that's just the warm-up round. And Truman was like, okay, you know what's hysterical? He fired him.
He fired. Nice. Yeah. Also, we got chat. Unfocused with Barry Elise says, great job so far, Max and Sebastian. Fascinating stuff. Learning so much. Thank you for participating in chat. But yeah, so Truman's interesting. He becomes unpopular because the Korean War ends up a failure, but that's more in effect in 1952. But yeah, so shall we move on to 1952?
We shall.
Nice. All right. Eisenhower. Eisenhower was pretty popular. So Truman was unpopular for the handling of the Korean War, and he was going to run for another election, but he dropped out of the race pretty quickly, and Adlai Stevenson was his vice president. And so, he wasn't his vice president. He was, what's going on? Who's Adlai Stevenson? Let me see. Who is this man? Adlai Stevenson.
Mystery,
but he had
man.
Adlai Stevenson. Truman dropped out. Okay. Okay, unrelated. I don't know why I thought he was the vice president. But anyway, Adlai Stevenson is endorsed by Truman. And Truman has Stevenson take over in the Democratic primaries, right? And so Eisenhower was really popular. He was, World War II general. He was like the leading official in Europe on VE Day. He was like this. Here, wait, I've got it here. The name, the official rank. Dwight D. Eisenhower. He was the first Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. That's a pretty cool title, right? Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. I like that. So that's what Dwight D. Eisenhower was. And so he runs. So the Republicans criticized Truman's handling of the Cold War. Also, they started to stoke fears of communist spies in the American government. This is the start of McCarthyism.
Yep.
And so Stevenson tries to dissociate from Truman a little bit because Truman is unpopular at this point. And he tried to say, I'm a New Deal Democrat. Like, he wanted to further New Deal stuff. He tried to be very, he tried to relate himself with the New Deal, which was pretty popular. But he also criticized McCarthyism. Like, you can't just call people you don't like communists. And they're like, I can do whatever I want. I will call anyone communist. I wish we had Jam here.
Honestly.
Because I would make jokes at his expense over his last name.
But Eisenhower, he I think I've talked about this on stream. I've definitely talked about it with Max. About how the 1953 Iran coup. I've talked about it a lot because I just find it very interesting. But the reason why Eisenhower was so, at first when he heard, hey, maybe we should try to overthrow the leader of Iran, he was like, why? And the Secretary of State was like, listen, he's not a communist, but, big but, if he, dies, something happens to him, he gets removed, the next person that would come in definitely would be a communist. And Eisenhower's like, so then we just blew up Iran.
Oh, no. Yeah.
So even though he doesn't agree with McCarthyism, hatred of communism and fear of communism is just so ingrained at this point in what it means to be an American. Because there's some like Eugene Debs, he's like the most well-known American socialist, besides like Bernie, but Debs was, he got a decent amount of the vote. He said like 6% of the vote, stuff like that. But they were not popular, right? They still really aren't. But communists, out of here. They wouldn't even get 0.0001% of the vote.
Yeah, I think it is fair to be a little wary of communism, especially the totalitarian brands of communism. Whereas socialism is different. I watched the video. The socialism is less authoritarian, and I think that's good. But
no, you look at the countries. Like, say this is 1952. You have the USSR. Millions are dying under Stalin. You have North Korea. Hundreds of thousands of people have died. I mean, you got Cuba is going to come up, and you got Vietnam's going to come up, all these communists. And some of those were kind of our fault because we were like, hey, pal. But a lot of, in the video, I've said that every attempt at communism has either failed or has resulted in long-term human suffering. And that's true. That is absolutely true. But, yeah.
Well, the thing is, the USSR's communism... I think communism is probably, it's a lot of different things, but the USSR's brand of communism was as bad as, if not worse than, fascism, because they killed, many more people. So I think it's appropriate to be wary of both ideologies. Today in America, we don't hesitate to condemn fascism. But totalitarian communism, I would say, also deserves that sort of ire.
It does, absolutely.
Because it is also responsible for all these deaths. But McCarthyism took it too far, way too far. They're just like, you're a communist.
Well, that's just lying. At that part, it's just
exactly.
lie. He lied. He
Exactly.
was like, you know what?
Yeah.
I didn't like your new movie. Guess what,
Yeah,
Dwayne Johnson?
he just took people in Hollywood. Yeah, ridiculous. But yeah, so it really shows that there was a lot of fear of communism.
Did McCarthy have an actual, like, was he just insane, or was he like a douche, or was he?
I don't know.
What was he playing at?
Well, I think he was a senator, and he just like, it started with, he proclaimed, and he was like, I have a list of American communists, like spies infiltrating America. I think it just, I don't know. I really don't know.
You know what that sounds like to me? It sounds like he was trying to get reelected.
I think that
he was like, I gotta introduce something, or else I'm gonna lose my job. So he's like, I have a list, and they're like, who's on the list? And he's like, that guy, he's on the list, and they're like, oh yeah, fuck it, and then they throw him in jail.
Exactly.
And then he's like, I've gone way too deep.
I'm too deep. Yeah, but anyways, so yeah, that's 1952. Yeah. Shall we go to 1956?
Yeah, we shall. With a repeat, he gets a rematch with Rage in the Cage.
Adlai Stevenson runs again. This is just a bad idea. I don't know why they keep doing this with the rematch elections. The rematch elections do not work, other than like Grover Cleveland, but he had already been president once, you know? Mm-hmm. But anyways, yeah, so, also, Eisenhower's running mate is a little-known senator from California named Richard Nixon.
Mm. I've heard he's not a crook.
Oh yeah, interesting.
I do have some compelling evidence that states otherwise.
But yeah, Nixon was the 1952 running mate, and again in 1956. But yeah, so it's Vice President Nixon. So rematch election. Eisenhower. Oh yeah, Eisenhower had a heart attack in 1955, but he recovered from that pretty quickly. So people were like, okay, he's fine. That's good. And so he remained popular, and like fears about his health weren't really too prominent. He handled, according to American citizens, they were very happy with his handling of foreign affairs. There were a few international crises that occurred, one in the Middle East, one in Europe, like right before his election. He handled those well, so that helped him. The economy was also really strong in the 50s. I mean, that's the image of the 50s, right? When you invoke the 50s, you've got the 50s zeitgeist, right? Mm-hmm. So it's a good economy. So Eisenhower was just very popular. He ended the Korean War, and that helped him as well. So Stevenson called for increased social services and decreased military spending. And that did not gain enough traction, even though that's pretty popular today. But yeah, you can sort of see at this point the Democrats and the Republicans beginning to take on their modern forms, you know? But yeah, so you have anything on 1956?
Let's see, 1956. Eisenhower was another weird president because, you know, like how you can be a centrist by having
radical centrist
that are all there, and then the radical centrist has points all there. I feel like he's kind of that because he did big moves in one direction and big moves in a different direction. But definitely one of the most interesting presidents because he was he did at the end of the day he was like, you know what, go kill Iran, I don't care. Mm-hmm. But then, you know, it was under Eisenhower that the Little Rock 9 incident happened, which was very prominent for race stuff. And he was faced with the decision to call in, like, do we have to call, like, he's like, guys, do we really have to call in the military to escort 9 black kids to school? And the answer was, yeah, you do, because, you know, they don't want them in school. So he's like, fine. So, and that was like a big event for like race stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like, for some reason, I feel like Eisenhower was a little apathetic. Is the thing is that he and I don't know specifically like what areas he like tried to move into, like what he really believed like in his heart, but I feel like he was just president at a very, very tumultuous time, and
Oh yeah.
he let
Yeah.
things kind of ride out, you know.
Oh,
and
wait until we get to 1968.
oh
Let me tell
boy,
you.
but yeah.
1968 is an intense election.
But yeah, I think I think Eisenhower is really a I don't know. I see him as kind of a bridge, kind of a middleman between old America and new America, because this is when it started shifting, and then the other middleman is obviously Ronald Reagan, where it's like this is America of the past, and this is how America's gonna be.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So yeah, let's go to 1960.
I am JF Kennedy.
Yeah, so 1960, we got incumbent VP Richard Nixon's like, I'll run for president. He fails.
You will not get the
first,
presidential seat, Nixon.
This was the first election with televised presidential debates, and Nixon fared poorly. But before that, Kennedy, it's fascinating. He was like a junior senator, you know, like from Massachusetts. He was the youngest president after like Teddy Roosevelt, I think. Or no, before Teddy Roosevelt. So Teddy Roosevelt was the youngest president until Kennedy became the youngest president.
I think that's actually JFK is still the youngest president, right?
Oh yeah, he's still the youngest.
That is how I found out who JFK was, because I was like, I remember this. I was like 10, and I was like, who's the youngest president? And then I was like, JFK, huh? You know. And then I started reading about it. I'm like, why is he named after the airport? You know, and then I'm like, oh yeah, he must have been a great president, you know. And then I looked at his term, and I'm like, oh, he must not have been a great president. He left early.
He left early. Yep. Anyway, so Kennedy defeated Senate Majority Leader Lyndon B. Johnson in the primaries, but then pulled a interesting move and asked him to be his running mate, which is a little atypical because typically you don't pick a contender in the primaries, like a strong contender to be your running mate. Like imagine if Biden had picked Sanders to be his running mate. You know, like you don't really see that. So it's interesting. Lyndon B. Johnson had much more experience than JFK. He was the Senate Majority Leader, and so he was a lot older. But yeah, so there was an economic recession in like 1958, and that helped Kennedy because whichever party is in power at the time of a recession ends up being blamed for the recession. That's just how things go, right? That's just how the politics works. That just always happens. I feel it always happens. But yeah, so Kennedy, he focused on swing states like in his election, whereas Nixon campaigned everywhere, like a fool. Then we got Cold War tensions. Oh, so the Cold War tensions were really high. Tensions with the USSR ran really high this election, and that came to a head with the Cuban Missile Crisis. So this election, it was like, I mean, they couldn't have predicted the Cuban Missile Crisis, but tensions were getting high. So it was very important who would have the better foreign relations with the USSR. So Kennedy, during the televised debates, Kennedy, you know, he was suave, you know, he was like, he looked good. Nixon was like a sweaty mess. It was like, and so Nixon's charisma really helped him out with the televised debates because they interviewed people, because the debates were both on TV and on radio. And so they interviewed people who watched the televised debate and said, who did better? And they said Kennedy. Then they asked the people on radio and asked who did better, and they said Nixon. But many more people watched on TV than on radio. So Nixon was more experienced, obviously, because He was the vice president, so he was like, he emphasized his experience. He's like, you guys, come on, you're not gonna vote for Kennedy, right? I mean, come on, I'm the guy, right?
And
they're
JFK's
no,
like, did you know you look deflated? And then he wins.
Yep. But yeah, so this is another election where a third party ran. You had the third party, this guy, William Byrd, I believe. Byrd was his last name.
Is he from Mississippi?
Oh, Harry F. Byrd. Sorry. Harry F. Byrd. He was from Virginia.
So why the hell did Mississippi vote for him?
Well, he was born in Virginia, maybe, but then... No, he was a senator from Virginia. He was a Virginian. He was from West Virginia and then moved to Virginia.
So
I think that sort of
just bugging.
Yeah, Mississippi and Alabama gave him a lot of votes. Because you see, Alabama, even though they were pledged to Kennedy, 6 people from Alabama actually voted for Byrd, whereas only 5 voted for Kennedy. So yeah, again, another segregationist essentially running as a third party because they're losing traction in the Democratic Party, which is good because it sort of means that the Democratic Party is moving away from that policy, because the Democratic Party in the early 1900s had been fairly racist. I mean, Woodrow Wilson was actually quite a racist. We didn't really mention that because it wasn't really relevant to the election, because there were a lot of people that were racist, but especially in the Democratic Party, because they had been the party that seceded from the Union. So the 60s is sort of their recovery as a party, their improvement from that. So, so anything else on 1960?
No, I just think I don't know. JFK is like the most Schrodinger's cat of all the presidents, because we don't know what he would have done. He had plans and stuff, like with Russia and stuff, and if he had clutched up tensions with Russia, or if he had befriended Russia, then I don't know. We might even be further along than we are right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure that could have happened.
It might have happened.
Wasn't Kennedy? You see, I think Kennedy, he was only a president for 2 years, and as a result, he never had any major scandal. But wasn't he unfaithful with his wife, right? Wasn't he cheating on his wife?
But with Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah, but the thing is, right?
It's like a no-brainer.
No. Listen, what I'm saying though is that if he had survived, you may have seen him not necessarily go down in disgrace 100%, but you would have seen people be like, oh yeah, Kennedy, that guy who cheated on his wife.
With Marilyn Monroe. Everyone would have been like, who wouldn't? I'm telling you that would have been the response. I am telling you that would have been the response.
Kennedy was the first Catholic president, so that's pretty cool. Joe Biden would be the next Catholic president if he wins. So that's interesting. Kennedy overcame the Catholic prejudice. But yeah, so 1964, Johnson versus Goldwater.
Oh, also JFK died, by the way.
Anyways. Oh yeah. JFK died. He got shot by Lee Harvey Oswald,
allegedly.
He was assassinated. So Lyndon B. Johnson took control, and Lyndon B. Johnson pushed for the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and got that passed. So this guy, Barry Goldwater, Republican from Arizona, he's a conservative, and he opposes the 1964 Civil Rights Act despite supporting previous Civil Rights Acts, right? But he opposes this one, which, that's not... The 1964 Civil Rights Act was pretty good, let me just say. It was a pretty important piece of legislation for civil rights, so Barry Goldwater did not do well. And this is sort of the initial flip, if you look at it. This is where Goldwater only wins the South as a Republican, largely because of his opposition to the 1964 Civil Rights Act. So Johnson obviously supported the Civil Rights Act because that's like his signature piece of legislation. He also had what he called the Great Society, where he passed a ton of anti-poverty programs, like I believe Medicare, something like that, for the elderly. But yeah, this guy, George Wallace, he challenges Johnson in the primary, and Goldwater faced Republican moderates, but ultimately they both won their primaries. And yeah, so then Johnson wins, and so does his vice president, or his running mate, Hubert Humphrey. Hubert Humphrey becomes vice president, and he runs in the next election for president. But yeah, so this is just an interesting shift. And I feel like these shifts, they feel so arbitrary because, like, it's not like all the Republicans were in opposition to the 1964 Civil Rights Act, and it wasn't like they were in opposition to all civil rights acts. It was just Goldwater, for some reason, didn't like the 1964 Civil Rights Act, and so then that gained him popularity in the South. And so what happens is you start with some sort of fluke change on an issue, but that fluke change gets the party a lot of ground in a certain area, so then they lean into it. That's what I would say the trend is with how the parties shift their policies. But yeah, so Lyndon B. Johnson wins. Everyone sort of feels bad about Kennedy, right? So they're like, yeah, let's get Lyndon B. Johnson. He was doing good. So yeah, so he wins. Let's see. I think this was the election. You had this like, oh yes, you had this. So Democrats. This is from. So Democrats. Basically, they played this ad called the Daisy ad, where this girl is just, frolicking around a field, okay, and then like she looks up and gets nuked, and they're basically saying it's a big I mean, this is a big. I mean, there was a lot of nuclear paranoia, right? And so they're basically saying Lyndon B. Johnson will be the best at preventing a nuclear crisis. Vote President Johnson. And they're saying that Goldwater will bring about the nuclear apocalypse, right?
Wow.
Yeah. It's interesting. You could watch that. It's like 50 seconds. Anyway, so yeah.
I want to look for that one.
Here, I'll send this to you.
Daisy ad Lyndon B. Johnson.
There you go.
From the Library of Congress in...
Should I play it?
Oh yeah, play it, sure. Play it for everyone.
Here, I gotta knock it over to
all right.
The capture. Here, we're not on Nixon yet. Let me bring you over here. Alright, here we go. This is the Daisy ad.
Yep.
Preserved from 35mm film in the Tony Schwartz collection from 1964.
Nice.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 8, 9, 8, 7,
Oh my god.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
That's the ad.
These are the stakes. To make a world in which all of God's children can live, or to go into the dark. We must either love each other, or we must die.
Vote for President Johnson on
Oh my god. Imagine if, like, Trump released something like that, or
Yes.
Biden released something like that.
Oh my god, right? Yeah.
Oh, that's so
Just
funny.
hilarious, right? Crazy ad there. But yeah, so
That is insane.
yeah. Anyway, so yeah, let's go to 1968.
All right.
1968.
Nixon.
Nixon versus Vice President Hubert Humphrey. So in 1968, Martin Luther King and Ted Kennedy both get assassinated. Or wait, it's Robert Kennedy. One of the Kennedys.
Robert
they're just
Kennedy.
Kennedys are getting assassinated left and right.
Robert Kennedy.
I think it was Robert Kennedy.
Assassinated June 6th, 1968.
Okay, was Ted Kennedy the one that drove the woman into the lake? That's probably it.
Ted Kennedy was... How did he die?
You know, Chappaquiddick.
Hold on. Lake...
I'm not sure.
Wait, Chappaquiddick?
Look up Chappaquiddick.
Yes, yeah. Yep, it's him.
Okay, that was Ted Kennedy.
That's Ted Kennedy.
Okay. Got my Kennedys mixed up. There's a lot of Kennedys.
Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys.
But yeah, so because of these assassinations, I mean, it was a tumultuous time, and there was actually a lot of civil unrest in response to these assassinations. And so it's interesting, Nixon's platform, he vows to restore law and order. And he says that his voters are part of the silent majority that are voting for him, which are terms that Donald Trump is using in his election campaign. I find it really interesting. I don't know why, like, the law and order and the silent majority are both Nixon things. But yeah, so VP Humphrey, he supported, you know, civil rights and the anti-poverty laws that Lyndon B. Johnson was forwarding. There are also a lot of Vietnam War protests, and Hubert Humphrey was in favor of ending the war, whereas Nixon's like, nah, we just need new management, and we'll do better now. And so, also Nixon tried to pursue Southern voters because Barry Goldwater, for the first time in such a long time, was a Republican that got votes in the South. So Nixon was trying to do the same. However, George Wallace, who ran against Johnson in the primaries last time, he runs a third-party campaign as an American independent. He basically runs on states' rights, which just means states' rights to impose segregation. So he's like the segregationist again, using the states' rights argument. But yeah, so third time in like 20 years where you got a third-party candidate that's essentially a segregationist. So at this point, with all the landmark civil rights legislation, the Democratic Party has, for the most part, gotten rid of all the segregationists in the Democratic Party. So the Democratic Party, by 1968, is finally like changing their tune. You know what I mean? So they're doing well here. But either way, Nixon wins. Nixon wins over Hubert Humphrey because, well, I don't know. There could be a multitude of reasons. I guess, as he says, the silent majority or whatever. I guess that could have helped him, but it's also like the unrest. This is actually interesting. They did a study in 1992 after the Rodney King riots, in which they found that when there's civil unrest, people tend to vote for Republicans because when they're scared, it's essentially when people are afraid of civil unrest, they will vote for the party supporting, you know, law and order. And I mean, the Republicans are explicitly saying law and order here. So Nixon was able to essentially capitalize on that and win the election. But yeah. So Nixon's in. So yeah, anything about 1968?
Nixon opened China. That's what he did.
He opened China.
He opened it. It was closed. He opened it.
Yeah, it's interesting. If Nixon hadn't gotten involved, like if he hadn't done the Watergate scandal, I wonder how he would be regarded. I think he would be regarded a lot better. He actually wasn't that bad of a president until he, you know, did the thing where he...
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll get into that. So shall we go to 1972?
Yeah.
Okay. 1972. I can feel my voice dying. 1972. I don't care, though. This is the election where Nixon's campaign people break into the Watergate Hotel to gain information on the Democrats. It really wasn't necessary, though, because look at this sweep. he would have won anyway. There's no scenario where Nixon didn't win. He didn't need that information. I don't know why he did it. Why'd you do it, Nixon? It was so stupid.
Why'd you do
so
it?
stupid of him. Why did he do it? That's the question. But yeah, so Nixon, he had a good economy and good foreign affairs. He was doing well with the Vietnam War, I suppose. He was just doing well in foreign affairs, and the economy helped him, so he swept. So this guy, George McGovern, I think governor of South Dakota. He was from South Dakota, but was he the governor of South Dakota, or was he the senator of South Dakota? He was the senator of South Dakota, so there you go. It's always one or the other. So George McGovern, he runs, and he gets a lot of support from the anti-war protesters because, you know, he wants to end the Vietnam War. Also, let's see. Oh, yes, this is an interesting one. So George McGovern at first picked this guy, Eagleton. What's his full name? Thomas Eagleton. He picks Thomas Eagleton to be his running mate. And little did he know, Thomas Eagleton underwent electroconvulsive therapy as a treatment for depression twice. He was hospitalized for depression twice and underwent like electroconvulsive therapy. And so McGovern didn't know that, but then found that out, and then it sort of sabotaged his campaign essentially. Because people were like, why would he pick Eagleton? Like they didn't like that. And so that sort of failure essentially is why VP candidates are really heavily vetted now. Like they're super heavily vetted because a VP candidate can end up sabotaging a campaign. So yeah, they drop Eagleton and instead take Sergeant Shriver. And that's not sergeant as in he was a sergeant. His name is Sergeant.
Oh my god. That's what I'm naming my son.
Robert Sergeant Shriver Jr. That's the new running mate. So they lose. Yeah, so Nixon won in a landslide. But yeah. So this is a pretty crazy what happens by 1976. There are quite a few developments. Do you have anything else to say about 1972 before we move on?
Nixon. He opened China.
Nixon.
It's what he did.
Oh, it's my camera's too thin an angle to get my Nixon peace signs. But
there you go.
But yeah, so now let's go to 1976. So Nixon's running mate, Vice President Spiro Agnew, in 1973, I believe, he resigns over corruption, right? And then in 1974, Nixon resigns over the Watergate scandal. So what do? Both the president and vice president are gone. Well, actually, the 25th Amendment had already been passed. So when Agnew resigned, they appointed Gerald Ford to be the vice president. So he was the House Minority Leader for the Republicans until Spiro Agnew resigned, and then they picked him to be the new vice president. But then when Nixon resigned, he became the president. So Gerald Ford was the only president to never have been elected. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy, right? Because even a vice president, like usually, has been elected vice president, you know? Like, you know from the beginning, like, oh, you know, like, I'm Joe Biden, this is my running mate Kamala Harris, or I'm Trump, this is my running mate Mike Pence. You know who would be the vice president if the president, you know, dies or resigns. But Gerald Ford was unknown. He just enters. He's just like, I'm president now.
There he is.
Pretty crazy. So Ford runs for re-election in 1976. However, he does not do well. So first of all, before Ford can even win the Republican nomination again, Ronald Reagan challenges him in the Republican primaries and almost wins, which is pretty unprecedented. The incumbent always wins the primaries, right? But yeah, so Ronald Reagan almost defeated Gerald Ford in 1976, which would have been an early Reagan presidency, but Reagan will be next time. But so Gerald Ford is picked. Also, so then the Democrats pick Governor Carter, Jimmy Carter, and Carter runs as a Washington outsider. So he was the governor of Georgia. And so he's able to say, I'm a Washington outsider. And this was particularly beneficial for a few reasons. Spiro Agnew was corrupt. Richard Nixon was corrupt. Gerald Ford, while he hadn't explicitly resigned of corruption, Gerald Ford had pardoned Nixon. He gave him the presidential pardon. Because after you impeach a president, say that you impeach and convict a president, if you want to follow up and actually arrest them for any crimes they committed, then you have to do a second investigation, a second trial. So you can't indict a sitting president for any crimes. So the president could murder someone on TV, right? And all you could do is impeach them at first. So you know what I mean? What I'm trying to say here is that you can't go straight to indicting them for a crime. You have to impeach them and convict them first, then you can indict them for a crime. So after Nixon resigned, they were going to go after him and indict him for the crime of having his people break into the Watergate Hotel. But Gerald Ford is like, nah, I'm giving him the presidential pardon. And everyone's like, Gerald Ford, why would you do that? You can't do that, Gerald Ford. You're corrupt.
Come on, Gerald Ford.
Gerald Ford. And so also, this is when the Vietnam War ended, but, you know, it ended disastrously with South Vietnam falling to the communists. And so everyone's like, boo, Gerald Ford, get out of here. And so since Gerald Ford and the Republicans were viewed as corrupt, Carter was able to be like, I'm not corrupt. I'm from Georgia. You know, I'm not from Washington. I'm not a Washington guy. I'm not going to be corrupt. And so people were like, yeah, we like you, Jimmy Carter. And Jimmy Carter is still alive today, which is really fascinating. He's the, like...
We can't get rid of him.
No. Like, what I mean is his term is the farthest back in U.S. history where the president is still alive. So Nixon is not alive, but Carter is. So, yeah. So, anything else about 1976?
Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter.
He's old. He's 96.
Yeah, dude. He's really old now. But theoretically, he could run for another term as president.
That would be the long con. His wife is also still alive, and she's 93.
Because Carter ends up losing in 1980. And under the rules, right, he could still technically become president again because he has only served one term. However, we're already concerned over the age of, like, we have two candidates in their 70s, so a candidate in their 90s, that would not be very good, I must say. But wow, what does he do, cardio? Like...
Yeah, let me just type that into Google. How is Jimmy...
Like, he's doing pretty well.
How is Jimmy Carter still alive?
Yeah.
What does he do at 96? He exercises daily. He paints and does woodworking.
Good on you.
He has a passion for wine making.
Nice.
He enjoys hunting and fishing. He's writing. He volunteers. He's volunteering to build this section of Emory University. Alright, no. He founded a Carter Center at Emory University, but here's this picture of him.
Good on him.
Building some other, like, community center. He teaches Sunday school. He loves traveling and learning new things.
Okay, I think that's enough.
He's learned to speak Spanish.
Good on him. Let's go to 1980. Unless you got anything else.
No, that's it. I'm done.
I'm on my last page of notes now, so we're reaching. It's the home stretch.
All right, we've been going for a good 3.5 hours.
3.5 hours. Oh, so now we got 1980. Reagan. So let's see. So Reagan faces George H.W. Bush in the primaries and then asks him to be his running mate. So Reagan was a very conservative Republican, right? Who supported conservatism and supply-side economics. It's often called the Reagan Revolution. It's considered that Ronald Reagan, created a big change in conservatism in the country. You may have noticed the slides have been slightly changing color throughout this, and that is basically the era. American politics is divided into 6 eras, and basically 1980 is the start of the most recent era. But yeah, so Reagan, conservative. So Carter was hurt by a poor economy and the Iranian hostage crisis.
Yep.
So the economy was doing pretty poorly. I think there were gas shortages. And the Iranian hostage crisis was these American sailors were taken hostage by Iran for a year or something. And it's really fascinating. When Reagan got inaugurated, January 20th, they just let them go.
They did.
Because they were afraid. They were afraid of Reagan. So
I can imagine them. They were holding the hostages, and then one of them comes in. They're like, "Did you hear who they elected?" And they're like, "Who? Ronald Reagan. I hear he bleeds hot sauce." So they're like, "Oh God!"
Yeah.
They've elected a demigod, an American demigod.
Oh yeah. So this other guy in the Republican primary, this dude Anderson, John B. Anderson, he's salty about not winning. So he runs as an independent, doesn't get any electoral votes, but gets 6% of the popular vote. And so this is interesting. So Jimmy Carter accused Reagan of being a right-wing extremist, and he said Reagan would get rid of Medicare and Social Security. So this is kind of interesting because I feel like Reagan is similar in certain ways to Donald Trump. Although I think Reagan
They have the same slogan.
Oh yeah, they have the same slogan. I would say of any of the presidents, they employ, I would say, pretty similar tactics, I guess. But yeah, Jimmy Carter was like, "You're a right-wing extremist," and so Reagan's like, "Maybe I am." Yeah, here's the quote.
Maybe I am.
Maybe I am.
It's the meme again. It's the crying guy. Jimmy Carter's crying. He's like, "No, you can't be a right-wing extremist." Yes.
Maybe I am. Yeah, exactly. But Reagan does really well. He sweeps because of the economic woes. And he, part of the 80s. 80s is the background of the 80s is Reagan. Reagan's the 80s guy. So it's part of the zeitgeist of the 80s is Reagan. But yeah, so Reagan does pretty well. He sweeps. And then in 1984, he does even better. So do you have anything else on the 1980 election?
1980s were whack. But I'll talk about that more when we get to the next election.
Sure thing. All right. 1984. Reagan versus Vice President Walter Mondale. So Jimmy Carter's vice president, Walter Mondale, decides to run against Reagan in 1984.
Jesus Christ. Guess who's back from the dead?
Who?
Fucking Will Plumer. He's come back just to mess up.
There's no Will Plumer here.
Just to mess up the sweep.
There would have to be 13 Will Plumers.
There are.
Anyway, Walter Mondale was from Minnesota, so that's why he wins Minnesota. Also, Washington, D.C. always votes Democrat. I don't think there's ever been...
As a law?
I think it's legally required for... Wait. So Washington, D.C. could vote for the first time in 1964. They voted Democrat in 1964, 68, 72, 76, 80, 84, 88, 92, 96, 2000, 2004, 2008, 2012, 16. They've literally always voted Democrat. DC has never not voted
Democrat. It is
Democrat.
the safest territory.
Exactly. Well, it's because it's a city and the Democrats do better in urban areas, whereas the rest of the states are a combination of rural and urban. So that's essentially the explanation. But yeah, so Walter Mondale, he does not do very well. His running mate, it's pretty interesting. Running mate Geraldine Ferrero, the first female like candidate. You know, she's the first woman to be on a major party's ticket as the vice president. So that's cool. So yeah, Reagan. The economy was great under Reagan, and he was seen as like bringing back American prestige on the global stage. He, you know, fought with Russia, not like literally, but he like, you know, he was hard on Russia, right? And so he was tough with Russia, and he was viewed very, very well. And so Mondale criticized Reagan's economics, and also Reagan ran some budget deficits because since he cut taxes and didn't quite cut the budget as much, the result were debts and stuff. And so Mondale criticized that. And Mondale advocated for a nuclear freeze and the Equal Rights Amendment. So this is an interesting thing in the debates, right? When they get to the section on nuclear policy, Mondale's like my daughter like doesn't want to live in a world with like nuclear stuff, right? Like basically Mondale says, I asked my daughter what's the like most pressing concern, you know, to like what's the most existential threat to humanity, right? And she said it was nuclear weapons. So we have to get rid of nuclear weapons. And then Reagan's like, I promise you I will not base my policy decisions on my daughter. On my like, you know, because this is like a child, not like a adult daughter. So he's like, I will not base my policy decisions on my children. And so that was like, Reagan has quite a few one-liners. You can actually look up compilations. Reagan is a pretty good speaker, I would say. He was a former actor. But yeah, so... Sure. But yeah, also Mondale attacked Reagan for being old, because he was really old.
Allegedly, after his assassination attempt, the very first thing he said to the First Lady when she arrived at the hospital was, honey, I forgot to duck. That's funny. Dang. That's so funny.
Yeah, Reagan, but yes, yeah, another like Reagan one-liner is Mondale was like, oh, you're too old, Reagan, like, not explicitly, but that was a campaign issue.
Yeah, he was apparently Reagan's really funny through his assassination attempt.
And so Reagan says, so basically during another one of the debates, the moderator asks the question, like, your opponent has brought up the issue of age with this election, right? Like you're too old to be president. And so then Reagan says, I will not bring up my opponent's youth and inexperience as an election issue, right? Essentially bringing up his opponent's youth and inexperience, right? So Reagan does stuff like that. But yeah, Mondale was pretty weak. He didn't really get much traction. So Reagan swept the nation. Anything else you got on 1984?
Just that Reagan was really funny during his assassination attempt, or in the aftermath, because...
Yeah, that was 1981.
A nurse told him to keep up the good work of his recovery, and he said, you mean this may happen several more times? And to the medical team in the operating room just after the assassination attempt, he says, I hope you're all Republicans.
Oh my god. Yeah, Reagan. Okay.
And a nurse was especially attentive to him, and he says, does Nancy know about us? Alright, that's it.
What a legend.
Oh my god.
So yeah.
Funny guy. Funny guy.
Funny guy. Now let's go to 1988. We got George H.W. Bush versus Michael Dukakis. So Bush focused on the economy and reducing urban crime. He would continue most of Reagan's policies, essentially. That's what he's saying. He's like, I'm going to continue what Reagan did. And he also made a promise, I will not raise your taxes. Spoiler alert, he raised your taxes. And so then that's why he was a one-term president, partially. But yeah, so Michael Dukakis, he was the governor of Massachusetts, I believe. Let me check. Maybe it was senator. Governor this time. So yeah, he was governor of Massachusetts. And Bush was like, "You're an elite Massachusetts liberal. Get out of here. You're an elitist." And so yeah, Dukakis did poorly in the debates as well. So Bush beat him in the debates. And no candidate since Bush has won as many electoral votes. Of course, the same can be said about Reagan, but Reagan was something else. But no one since Bush has won as many votes as Bush did. But yeah, so that's a pretty quick one. Michael Dukakis. Not much to say there. Do you have anything else on this one?
George H.W. Bush was in the Skull and Bones, which, if you don't know, is a secret society.
Oh, yeah.
That's stationed out of Yale. And both H.W. and W. Bush were both in the Skull and Bones. And, I don't know, it's interesting that we've had two presidents from a secret society. And we're going to get to Bill Clinton later, but I recently got the chance to speak to one of Bill Clinton's close friends. And later on, I decided to Google him after I talked to him. And it turns out that the guy I just talked to was also in a secret society with Mike Bloomberg. You know, so...
It's Freemasonry all over
again. It is. It's just a lot of, like, when you hear the term conspiracy theories, like, your mind always goes to, like, moon landing was fake, all that. You can watch the conspiracy theory stream. But then when you get to stuff like, oh, there were political elites in secret societies, that's not even a theory, that's true, you know?
Yeah, they're probably not doing anything nefarious, though.
Yeah, no, but they literally just feel the need to, like, bond together, you know, in secrecy. And especially, like, when two of the presidents have been from the same secret society, it makes you think, like, what are they talking about in there? You know?
Yeah, what they talk.
When I was at Yale, I got the chance to, like, kind of see where they used to be, and I'm like, where are they now? And he's like, I can't tell you that, but
I can't tell you. But if I tell you, I'd have to kill you.
Exactly. If I tell you, you'd have to become president. But
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of weird theories about how the Bushes became president, and how much of it was dependent on them being in the Skull and Bones.
Interesting.
But
yeah, so let's go to 1992.
1992. There he is.
There he is. Yeah, so 1992 is an interesting one. So yeah, Bush broke his promise not to raise taxes, so the Republicans are not happy about that. But he did well with foreign policy, which was not the election's focus. So people focused on the economy instead of foreign policy. But if the election, like if people were more concerned about foreign policy, you could have seen George H.W. Bush win. But he was not good at economy. You know, he raised taxes. People were not happy with that. It's a big mistake. You don't raise taxes, especially when you said you wouldn't. So it's interesting because, like, people didn't think that a Democrat would actually defeat George Bush. This guy, Mario Cuomo, who's the, New York governor, father of the Cuomos, Chris and Andrew, he didn't run because he was like, I'm not going to face an incumbent, incumbent advantage. So Bill Clinton, who was a bit of an outsider from Arkansas and more of a moderate, he runs against George H.W. Bush and ends up winning. Let's see. So yeah, he just focused on the
Bill
economy.
Clinton, another guy that I think was partially elected on his character, his general character, because he's just likable.
Yeah, I like Clinton.
He's very suave. He's very, I think he's pretty charismatic. You know, like he played the saxophone. That's what I know that he did. But Bill Clinton's a cool guy, even though he may or may not have been involved with Jeffrey Epstein. But ignore
Yeah.
You suave,
Yeah, that's-
man.
Yeah. I like Clinton though.
Yeah.
You also had, interestingly, an independent, Ross Perot. He runs, and he gets 18.9% of the popular vote, but 0 electoral college votes, because I guess all his
Sus.
voters were like equally distributed around the country.
Yeah.
But man, that's a great showing. He got 19 million votes. That's a great showing for a third-party candidate. I don't think, like, that's crazy. No one's topped that.
If you you could theoretically win like 49% of the vote in
Mhm.
every state and lose
Yeah.
the election, how many people would that be?
You could win 78% of the
Really?
vote total, I think, and still lose the electoral college.
78%?
Because say that you win 100% of like half the states, and then
yeah, that too.
50%, like 49% of the other half. Then the other guy who won 51% of like one more than half the states wins the election.
Mm.
So I think it's like 75%. You could, I mean, but that would never happen really. But it's theoretically possible. But yeah, so let's see. So yeah, that's 1992.
Mm-hmm.
Clinton defeats H.W. Bush. So that's pretty cool.
When did Clinton get impeached? Is it now?
I think it was the second term.
Yeah.
So he actually, no scandal for 1996.
Mm.
So yeah, 1996. Clinton versus Bob Dole. Okay.
Creepy Bob Dole.
Creepy Bob Dole, I agree. Creepy Bob Dole. So Dole sought to reduce income taxes, and he was accused of wanting to cut like social programs and increase deficits. So yeah, typical like Republican versus Democrat thing at this point is sort of the Democrats are in favor of more social programs. The Republicans are in favor of lowering taxes. So that sort of dichotomy already has formed. So we're getting into like really modern times here. Oh yeah, this is really funny. Bob Dole criticized Bill Clinton as a spoiled baby boomer. He literally said, not literally, but he figuratively said, "Okay, boomer."
Wow.
He criticized Clinton for being a boomer, but when he criticized Clinton for being a boomer, he meant, "You're too young." Can you believe that?
Oh, that's funny.
Right? Yeah, because it's 1996. Clinton was, how old was Clinton in 1996? He was, he was, like 50 years old. So, and Bob Dole was criticized for being too old at the same time. So, Dole's age was also an election issue. So both of them, Bob Dole's like, "You're too young." Clinton's like, "You're too old." And so that's interesting. Yeah, Bob Dole at this time was, oh boy, he was like 71, 73. So he was pretty old actually. He's still alive though. He's like 97. Even older than Carter. What does he do? Cardio?
I don't know. Let's find out. Bob
Let's
Dole.
find out. Anyway,
Oh, yeah.
Ross Perot runs again. He doesn't do as well this time. He gets 8.4% of the vote. He runs as a Reform Party candidate. But yeah. But yeah,
How
it's
is
interesting.
Bob Dole doing?
It's interesting that it's
Bob Dole is currently a member of the Advisory Council of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation.
Wow.
Sign me up.
Sign me up, yeah.
Anyways.
Oh my god. Anyway.
The Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation.
Wow. So he's really intense still. He still has his convictions. Carter seems like he's like dropped the politics. He's like, I'm gonna
learn Spanish.
Yeah, he's like, I don't need the politics anymore. That's interesting. Two different possible ways to retire, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so that's 1996. Do you have anything else on that?
Yeah, Bill Clinton had the scandal with Monica Lewinsky,
Yep.
and he got impeached. And it, like, people are gonna be like, no, it wasn't because it was because he blocked it. It was really because of that.
Yeah.
You know, they found a reason. They're like,
yeah.
oh, you did this, but that reason, like every president, it was such like a minor thing that like you could really call any president on it, but they just wanted to get him.
Yeah, I think for the point of clarity, though, I will say it was like basically they asked him, "Did you have sexual relations with Monica Lewinsky?" You know, when he was sworn in under oath, and he was like, "No," and then they proved that he did. So they're like, "Oh, you're."
Yeah. Oh no,
You
a
lied to
president
us.
lying
You lied
under
under
oath. That's definitely never happened.
Never.
Before.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, impeachment. I think I said this in the. I said this.
That shouldn't even have been a question. That shouldn't have been a question.
Yeah, exactly. I said this at one point, but impeachment essentially has become and probably will remain just a really partisan issue at this point. Whenever you have an opposition house, expect to see an impeachment in the future. That's what I would say, because it's the house that, like, just a simple. It's so. You need 2/3 of the Senate to actually convict a sitting president in an impeachment, but you only need 50%, a simple majority of Congress to write the House of Representatives to, you know, input the articles of impeachment. A simple majority. So just think about that. That means that whenever either party has a simple majority of Congress, if it benefits them, they can try and impeach the president if they are of an opposite party. Of course, it doesn't matter because no one ever wins 2/3 of the Senate. And yeah, so I feel like this is the start. This was the first real like partisan impeachment, you know what I mean? Like just a super partisan thing. Whereas Nixon had like broken into a hotel and Andrew Johnson was just like vetoing everything and like ending Reconstruction. Clinton, they just sort of found a reason. So yeah, I agree with you there. But yeah, so now we get to 2000. So the scandal though with Clinton led Al Gore to try and distance himself from Clinton. So Clinton endorsed Al Gore. Al Gore. So Al Gore was Clinton's vice president, and now he runs for president versus George W. Bush. So George W. trying to follow in his father's footsteps and be the president. So Clinton endorsed Gore, but Gore avoided campaigning with Clinton as the sex scandal made him like a little controversial, a little less popular. He didn't want to be like associated with that, right?
I'm sorry. I was just scrolling through.
Yeah.
I was scrolling through like Bushisms, like like stupid Bush
Things
quotes.
He said. Yeah.
And I just saw this, and
what's the quote?
It sounds like a Simpsons joke.
Let's hear
On
it.
November 6th, 2000, in Bentonville, Arkansas. Probably reflecting on probably reflecting on the election. This election, he says, George W. Bush says, quote, "They misunderestimated me."
They misunderestimated. Oh my god. I just watched last night the SNL from Election Day in 2000. They reran it. So this is actually pretty fascinating. But yeah,
another one real quick.
Let's hear it.
Oh my god. On January 27th, 2000, he says, "I know how hard it is for you to put food on your family."
Oh my gosh, he seems like a real gaffer.
He is.
Oh
There's a book about, I think I
just
have it.
W gaffs.
Of just W gaffs, yeah. There's multiple books.
Wow.
I think it's a trilogy.
A trilogy, that's nice. Anyway, so other things, domestic policy was a big focus in this election. And this election was interesting because Florida was uncertain. Nobody knew if Bush won Florida or if Gore won Florida. And there ended up being a lawsuit, Bush v. Gore, but the Supreme Court decided in 5-4, they decided in favor of Bush and said, okay, Bush. Oh, so essentially, the vote was, so Bush won Florida by 537 votes. And such a thin margin, like by Florida law, gives you an automatic recount. So then Bush sued to stop the recount, and the Supreme Court was like, yeah, okay, we'll stop the recount. So then Bush won Florida. So this is a really controversial election because for one thing, Bush lost the popular vote, but for another thing, he might have also lost the Electoral College because it's uncertain what Florida did. So crazy election, this one. Yeah. Yeah, that's it for me. Oh, yes, this is the rise of Dick Cheney.
Dick Cheney.
Vice President Dick Cheney.
Is, the most powerful vice president in U.S. history. Largely due to W. Bush's ineptitude.
Yeah.
And I love how, like, it doesn't matter what political party you're on. Everyone knows that George Bush was inept, right?
I don't like George Bush, yeah.
But due to that, Dick Cheney was basically like his creepy advisor whispering in his ear, and he was like, go into Iraq. Stuff like that.
Oh, boy.
But yeah. Bush also got handed a kind of a shit deal in his defense. I mean, 9/11, like,
9/11 actually boosted his popularity.
Damn. Well, it's a tough situation. Like, I don't think you want to be president during 9/11, you know?
Well, the patriotism ran high, and so 9/11, it causes him to start the war in Iraq. And that becomes a big piece of the 2004 election, which is the first election that we were alive for. Although, obviously, we don't remember it at all, because we were like 3 months old and 6 months old.
You want me to go over to it?
Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, but also one interesting thing with the election of 2000 is that my parents got like a signed like card from Bush for like when I was born.
Wow.
They do that. All the presidents do that. You can just like ask them essentially, and they'll like sign a card for you if like you have a newborn baby, right? Yeah. So I could have had a signed card from Al Gore instead of Bush, and it was down to like Florida in a Supreme Court battle. I just find that interesting because this is a physical object I have, and I'm like, imagine the alt-hist scenario where that physical object. Imagine I go back in time and the butterfly effect, and then I look at that card and the signature changes to Al Gore. Like, uh-oh, what have I done?
What have I done? And then you go outside and America's a utopia.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, there's no like rising sea levels, climate change is fine. And I'm like, oh, okay. I guess that was fine. I'll step on 20 more butterflies.
Exactly.
Let's do that. But yeah.
Anyways, 2004.
Yeah, 2004. So we got George W. Bush versus John Kerry. Let's see. John Kerry, another Massachusetts guy, but I think this time he was a senator from Massachusetts, not a governor from Massachusetts.
He is
senator. Yeah, he was a senator from Massachusetts.
Mm-hmm.
John Kerry. So George W. Bush essentially pulled the same tactics that his father did against Dukakis and called him you're a Massachusetts liberal elitist.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they like calling people Massachusetts liberal elitists. But yeah, Kerry was also labeled a flip-flopper and like out of touch. But Kerry wanted to end the war in Iraq, whereas Bush obviously wanted to continue it. Kerry wanted to improve the economy and provide Americans with health care. So now we're getting really into modern times with like healthcare debates. So Kerry wanted to like have some sort of government healthcare thing. But yeah, Bush was going to continue the war on terror, and he also was there were also a few domestic issues here, and he supported traditional values. Some issues included abortion, same-sex marriage. I think this was when Massachusetts legalized same-sex marriage, becoming the first state to do so. And embryonic stem
I thought
cell
that was
research.
Vermont.
Was it Vermont? I might have that mixed up. But yeah, so there were domestic issues as well as foreign issues. But yeah.
Let me see.
I think it was Massachusetts.
Yeah, I might be wrong.
I think we talked about
not
that
telling
in
me.
the recent U.S. history episode. Massachusetts.
States that have court orders. Yeah, no, you're right. It is Massachusetts. I don't know why I thought
So
it
they
was
were the
Vermont.
first. So that makes sense for Kerry too to be supportive of same-sex marriage.
Massachusetts
Yeah, what's up?
became the first state to allow gay marriage, but then Vermont was the first state to legalize gay marriage by legislative means. So
okay.
Vermont
Massachusetts. It was a Massachusetts court case.
court order. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Connecticut
But yeah,
was
so it
second.
makes sense.
Look at that.
Nice, yeah. Makes sense for John Kerry. But yeah, so look at these domestic issues. You've got these, traditional values versus the more progressive. So that's sort of falling into place too now. You've got the traditional Republicans versus the progressive Democrats, which is still true today, I would say. And so, yeah, so that's interesting. Anything else about 2004? This one did not face a big hullabaloo over Florida, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have problems with the electoral process, so at least there was that, but Bush won re-election here. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I think
2008.
Yeah, 2008.
We
Barack
got
Obama.
Obama versus McCain. So this is an interesting election. Bush was really unpopular already, and then the economic recession hit, and everyone's like, let's elect a Democrat, right? And so so Obama faced Hillary Clinton in the primaries and actually defeated Hillary Clinton in the primaries. And John McCain faced Romney and Mike Huckabee in the primaries, and he prevailed. McCain is a Republican from Arizona. I guess he's more of a moderate. He actually died of cancer recently. He was like a Republican that didn't like Trump, because he was still in the Senate, I think, in like 2017, 2018. And so he was more of a moderate, I guess you could say. But also, his running mate was Sarah Palin, and she was from Alaska.
Yeah, people say that's what
really
killed
didn't-
him. Yeah.
Yeah, people really didn't like Sarah Palin. 9th governor of Alaska, Sarah Palin. But yeah, so it's interesting. So McCain supported the continuation of the Iraq War, whereas Obama wanted to end it. And really, the 2008 financial recession was a big issue for John McCain because he didn't respond to it very well. The crisis peaked in September 2008, and McCain suspended his campaign during the height of the financial crisis, and people were like, "Dude, what are you doing? You have no idea what you're doing, right?" And so Obama would end up winning and become the first African American president. And his vice president, Joe Biden, running mate Joe Biden, is the Democratic nominee in the 2020 election. So yeah, so McCain emphasized his experience. Obama, hope and change. That was his slogan, right? Hope and change, Obama.
I thought it was "Yes, we can," or is that his second term slogan?
Maybe here. Wait, let me look up hope and change. That seems to be Obama.
Huh.
Or is it just hope? I guess. You see this poster?
Yeah.
You always see this poster. People like this poster.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
okay, yeah. "Yes, we can" is not his official slogan, but
okay.
he says it.
He says it a lot.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah. So that's 2008. Anything else you got on 2008?
Not a great year for anyone.
Couldn't agree with
Not
you more.
because of Obama, but because of
Oh, well, actually,
like,
yeah. It was a good year for Obama, actually. So,
yeah,
not a good year in terms of the economy.
yeah, definitely not.
Also, it's interesting, going back to 2004, my brother also has a signed card from George W. Bush. He could have gotten a signed card from John Kerry. Alternate realities, right?
Wow.
Anyway, so yeah, 2008, that was 2008. Not much more I have to say about that.
Obama was a moderate Democrat in his first term, but in his second term, he became more of a traditional Democrat. Like more.
I don't know.
left.
ACA was first term.
ACA was first term, but in other aspects, he was still. He had more. I think the better way to put it would be he was more authoritarian his first term, and then he shifted a little more libertarian. And I'm just using those terms. I don't mean he was a fascist.
It's just in terms of relativity. Like, someone who believes that maybe it shouldn't be legal to kill people is going to be more authoritarian than someone that's like anarchy, no laws.
Exactly.
Like, obviously. But yeah, so I find it interesting. I was going to say something, but I think I forgot it. Let's see if I can remember. Yeah, I can't really remember. Let's just go to 2012.
Mitt Romney.
Mitt Romney. He would have been the first Mormon.
Yeah, but he lost the election largely due to the epic rap battles of history match that was put out where
and this
won.
one comment, he ran a pretty clean campaign for the most part. He wanted to avoid scandal, but he had this one comment where he was like, 47% of people don't pay taxes, so they're not going to vote for us. Like, they live on the, like, he said it was a 47% comment, and it really was bad for him. He essentially said, like, 47% of people don't pay taxes, and, like, essentially calling them, like, government, like, moochers, right? Like, they just live off the government. And, you know, that's sort of insulting to people.
Yeah.
Doesn't appeal to them. But, yeah, so Romney faced a competitive primary, but he managed to get out of it. So Obama, that's what I was going to say about 2008. I feel like Obama is pretty similar to Kennedy in 2008 because Obama was he was young, he was a fairly new politician, right? He was a senator, and his running mate, Joe Biden, was like a long career politician, just like Lyndon B. Johnson. So I just found that an interesting parallel. But yeah, so 2012. Back to 2012. So Obama handled the Great Recession pretty well, and his foreign policy was considered pretty good as well. Those were the election's main issues. Essentially, re-election campaigns are typically just, it's just a referendum on the president, So yeah, it's interesting. Obama performed worse in 2012 than he did in 2008, but he still won. If you notice, he lost a few states from 2008. And that's a reversal of a trend. For the most part, if you actually go back, the presidents always do better in their re-election than in their first election. So that's a little interesting. That's interesting. But he still won. So
he did.
So Obama wins, gets re-elected.
Obama.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah,
so
that's 2012. I don't know much.
2016.
2016. So this is the most recent election. This was Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton. So since Clinton, tried to run in 2008 but lost in the primary, she decides to run this time. And it's interesting. She was the Secretary of State. So if she had won, it would have been, that trend of the Secretaries of State always end up becoming president afterward. But she did not win. So you might remember this. People might just remember this, right? But let's go over the campaign issues, right? So Trump faced a really wide field of Republican candidates. If you remember, there was you got Jeb, another Bush.
Yep.
I don't think we could have handled 3 of them. You got Jeb. You also got
I don't know, man. You can't misunderestimate the Bushes.
You can't misunderestimate them. I'm just remembering candidates off the top of my head. I think wasn't Huckabee in there? Oh, you got Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio. So Rubio is like from Florida, I think. Yeah, he's actually our senator. He's one of our senators. Ted Cruz is like a Texan. But yeah, so Trump was widely considered not to win. I thought it would be Ted Cruz at first would win the Republican primary, but Trump just like came out of left field, and I mean, he was for a long time just a business mogul, essentially, not a career politician, just like a businessman.
Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, John Kasich, Ben Carson, Jeb, Rand Paul, Huckabee, Chris Christie, Carly Fiorina, Jim, and Rick Santorum.
Interesting, yeah. Got some interesting. Ben Carson is now the Housing and Urban Development Secretary under Trump.
Ben Carson is just strange.
Ben Carson is strange, yeah. I just remember random facts. But yeah, Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio are senators. But yeah, so let's see.
Oh, all of the candidates that dropped out endorsed Trump except for Kasich and Jeb, because Jeb endorsed Ted Cruz and Kasich did not endorse anyone.
Interesting. Yeah, so Clinton did not face as wide of a field. She just faced Bernie Sanders and beat Bernie Sanders, although people debate about that a lot. People say like it was sort of corrupt. Have you heard that? People have said that.
Definitely. And they're like, I wouldn't go as far as to say it was corrupt, but it's biased, because once you label someone as a socialist, then in some people's minds you label him as a communist.
Yeah.
And there will never be a communist president of the United States.
Yeah.
But people hear it and they're like, well, we can't do it. It's like, and that's the thing. Bernie Sanders, for what it's worth, is scandalous. Not scandalous, like scandaless. Like he lacks
scandalous.
Scandal.
He lacks scandal.
Yeah. I didn't realize how it would sound when I said it.
Yeah, exactly. We're all tired here.
He does not have scandals. He's been a clean politician. He advocated for gay rights back in like the 70s when no one did. He's been clean, and he's been for the people. But
yeah, Bernie Sanders is
his economic policies are a little out there for some people. But even his foreign policy is actually kind of fire. But it's his stuff here at home, how he's going to handle the economy, that a lot of people hear, oh, he's a socialist, can't be done.
Yeah,
and in some aspects that's true, but for what it's worth, he is a clean and honest politician.
So I would call Bernie Sanders a left-wing populist, whereas Trump ran as a right-wing populist.
Exactly. Yeah.
He like tried to appeal, as I said with Andrew Jackson, like he tried to appeal to the masses, to the people. Yep. And it's really interesting because if you look at the primary elections, Bernie Sanders did very well in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Now these states, if you look back, they've been voting blue for such a long time. The last time one of these states broke for a Republican was in 1988 for George H.W. Bush. Yet they really liked Bernie Sanders. So when Clinton became the Democratic nominee, there was this phenomenon that they called Bernie or bust, where these people were like, we just want Bernie. Clinton is like, they didn't like Clinton. And so they just either didn't vote, or some even voted for Trump. And that's why Trump largely was able to flip these three states, I think. Furthermore, some other things about this election that, Trump was like a right-wing populist. So he opposed like political correctness, illegal immigration, and free trade agreements. He's more of a protectionist. We've talked about the free trade versus the protectionists for quite a bit. So Clinton called Trump like bigoted, and his supporters, I think, didn't she say like deplorables? I think she called them.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
And so then,
lines,
I think because I hear that word a lot now. I think it started with Hillary Clinton. But yeah, Clinton essentially wanted to continue Obama's more progressive policies. A lot of people saw a vote for Clinton as like a vote for a third term of Obama. And that makes sense. A lot of the time, that's sort of what H.W. Bush was trying to do for Reagan, like continue Reagan's policies. So Clinton was trying to do that. So also, Clinton, another thing that hurt her campaign was essentially this October surprise, which was the email scandal. I think it was WikiLeaks or something. Like they posted her emails online, and Trump went on about it for like quite a bit. He loved to talk about Hillary Clinton's like private email server and like, oh, she deleted the emails. And so that was a big scandal. So Trump won the election but lost the popular vote. That's the most recent time that has happened. And so that's why in recent years we've seen renewed calls for abolishing the Electoral College because it's become a big issue. But yeah, anything else you got on this one, 2016?
No, I think that's it. I think we can go to what we have
2020.
now. In 2 days, ladies and gentlemen. In 2 days, we will decide between Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
Yep.
And, is that your predictive map, or is that just the one that's on 270?
Oh, yes. Okay, well, this is, so on the left is, these are both the same map. They're just represented differently. On the left is the states in red have voted for a Republican in the last 5 elections every single time. The states in blue have voted for a Democrat in the last 5 elections every single time. The states in gray have voted for both Republicans and Democrats, and the little bar charts show you how many times they voted for each. The map on the right basically represents those bar charts with like leans, as in like they lean this way, they lean that way. So let's start with just what this election has been so far, and then we can get into a little bit of prediction. But so 2020 election, a big focus has been the coronavirus pandemic. Biden has been criticizing Trump's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. Because sort of like Herbert Hoover with the Great Depression, Trump has been more hands-off with the handling of COVID. It's sort of become a partisan issue at this point, where the Republicans are in favor of less restrictions and the Democrats are in favor of more restrictions. So you see in like states like Michigan, New York, those states have been facing more intense lockdowns than, say, like South Dakota was really focusing on like not locking down. Florida has been opening up too. And so also Biden has criticized Trump's tax cuts, the tax cuts for the rich, he says. And so although it is interesting, because I was watching the VP debate, Mike Pence said like the average family has like paid $2,000 less in taxes under the Trump tax plan, but then Kamala Harris said that's not true. So I don't know which to believe at this point. So it could be true or it couldn't be true. I'm not sure. I do wish Kamala Harris would have said like, that's not true. The correct number is Americans have paid $1,000 more in taxes. Instead, she just said that's not true and didn't provide any counter evidence, which makes me like really uncertain. I just have no idea. So another issue has been racial tensions after the police killing of George Floyd back in May. So Trump has been criticizing these protests, focusing on the unrest. I think it's like 93% peaceful protests, 7% violent. And so Trump has criticized the violent unrest in the big cities across the nation. And yeah, he's talked about like Antifa and stuff like that. And so that's sort of what Trump's been saying. He's also been stoking fears over mail-in voting. And that's becoming an election issue. The mail-in voting is interesting because such a high volume of mail-in voting is probably going to delay our receiving the results. So it's doubtful that we'll receive the results on election night unless one of the candidates gets a major landslide. It's unlikely that we'll know for sure on election night, sort of like in 2000 when Florida was contested.
Yeah.
But it'll be nationwide. Everything will be contested.
Well, it really comes down to
all the swing states, at least.
It comes down to 4 states, in my mind. It comes down to, and I like, when I look at the map, I always have the urge to say Michigan and Michigan, because it's W-I and M-I. So I'm like, oh, it's Michigan and Michigan.
Michigan and Wisconsin.
Exactly. It comes down to Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Florida. That's what this election comes down to. Every other state, you could be like, oh, but sometimes they do. And Texas is looking a little bit. Are you out of your mind? You know where most of these states are going to land. It's these 4 states, and if you really want, you could sub out Wisconsin for Ohio if you really feel like it. But it is those 4 states, maybe 5 states if you feel so inclined. That decide this election. And I personally think that's bull, that it comes down to 5 or 4 or 5.
Yeah. I almost agree with you. I think it's just Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Because I'm here in Florida, and oh my God, I was just driving around yesterday. I saw like 5 different cars with Trump memorabilia on their...
Well, here's the thing. I just listened to I have to listen to podcasts for my current issues class. And one of them, it's subject to bias because it's from the New York Times, but it was this interviewer, and she'd gone into the Villages. Yeah, the largest, and for those of you who don't know, it's the largest retirement home in the country. It's in Florida. It's got around 140, 150,000 people there. It's basically old person heaven. There's golf. There's like limitless mojitos, and phonographs. I don't know what the hell they have, but they have all that. And she's going around, and people are kind of afraid to say that they're going to vote for Biden. So it is more likely that someone in Florida is going to have a Trump flag than a Biden voter having a Biden flag. So it's a little subtle, and again, it's playing into the silent majority. But
Trump has been saying the silent majority is with him. But I guess this suggests the silent majority is with Biden, at least in the old folks' home. But,
back in August, I called that Florida was going to go blue. But
I personally think it's going to go red, but I don't think he needs Florida. I don't think Trump needs Florida to win. We can actually discuss our predictions because we're not going to do an election night coverage thing. So we'll do that quickly. So just wrapping this up. So Pennsylvania and North Carolina, both of their Supreme Courts, so not the U.S. Supreme Court, but each state has its own Supreme Court. So the Pennsylvania and North Carolina Supreme Court have said, you must allow 9 days after the election to count mail-in votes. So they're actually going, so it's, it might not be certain on election night because of such a high volume of mail-in voting. So you've also got, so the Democrats have criticized the nomination and confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court so quickly after the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I mean, that was just like a month ago. The Republicans really sped that process through because essentially you only need the Senate and the president to get a person on the Supreme Court. And so, and Republicans have stoked fears that Biden would pack the Supreme Court after the election. I'm not sure if Biden has actually answered that one way or another. He was deflecting for a while. But either way, he would need both Senate and Congress. He would need, the Democrats would have to flip all 3 houses, or all 3 of those, the House of Representatives, the Senate, and the presidency to actually add justices to the Supreme Court because essentially, to confirm a justice under the currently specified amount, you only need the Senate. But to change the amount, you need to pass a bill. So just like any other bill, it needs to pass both houses, right? So if the Democrats would want to add justices to the Supreme Court, they would have to win the Senate as well as the presidency. they probably won't do that anyway. I don't see them doing that. Because if they do that, then 2024 comes along, right? And the Republicans could just do the same thing, add more. And eventually you'll have like a 113 person Supreme Court, right? Like it would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
So I think they'll probably just leave the number at 9, wait for other justices to either retire or pass away before adding anyone to the Supreme Court. But yeah, that's sort of the main issues around this election. So let me throw in my prediction map here.
Yeah, let me grab mine. I think I put in Weather Boy.
Nice. So
if I didn't, I can just remake it because I know.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Next is election night coverage. So, so let me show you the map I think is most likely.
Yeah, you want to throw it in?
Yes. Sorry, 1 second.
Oh, I went all the way back to 1960. Ooh.
Uh-oh, he got stuck in 1960.
I did.
This is my map that I see most likely. So I've seen a lot of forecasters predicting like a Biden sweep. I think that's kind of unrealistic, but I don't think it's necessary. I mean, I think he's gonna win. Personally, my odds are 65-35 on a Biden win. And so what I see is, if you look at the 2016 election, the difference is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So this is a very contentious area because a lot of the like protest and civil unrest has actually centered around this area. And if people agree with the protesters and want to see change to racial injustices, right? Like think Minneapolis, that's where it all started. You also had, there was something in Kenosha, and recently in Philadelphia, actually, there's been some demonstration. So if people agree with these protests, then you'll see them flip for Biden. But if they disagree, if they like focus on the civil unrest, which like, again, people have a negativity bias, so they might actually focus on that, it could have them go for Trump. But other things include Wisconsin has recently, and nationwide, but in Wisconsin too, there's been a spike in COVID cases. That I think is particularly bad for the president. Michigan, they tried to, some people, like a group of extremists tried to kidnap the governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer. So I believe that they will.
I love how casually we say that, Democrat. Because 2020 has just been so insane. We're like, and then the governor was almost kidnapped. But anyways, in other news, I had eggs this morning. It's like, come on. Man.
So I think that Biden will win Michigan because people, again, they don't like violence. People don't like extremism. So I think that'll help him win there. Now, Pennsylvania, I mean, Biden's from Pennsylvania. That's another thing for this area. Biden, he says he's like a middle class guy. He tries to appeal to the middle class. And while they're both politicians, so they're both doing pretty well for themselves, right? It's disingenuous to say that either of them is particularly middle class. But Biden did actually grow up middle class, where Donald Trump's father was fairly wealthy. So that actually holds more truth to it, I would say, Biden being middle class, even though it's not entirely true. Because all politicians at this point are essentially loaded. You can just assume all the, so yeah. But that's the way I see it turning out, although it is sort of a precarious position, because if Pennsylvania flips for Trump, that's a Trump victory. If Michigan flips for Trump, that's a Trump victory. Wisconsin would be a tie, but you might see Maine's congressional district flip.
I
personally,
I have the same exact map, except Florida goes to Biden and Maine's second district goes for Trump.
Yeah, look at this. This is my secondary. So I see this one as like, I see this as a 22% chance. The first one is a 22% chance of happening. But this is my second one, and I say this is a 32% chance of happening, but it's like, the 22% one is more in the center. If I could actually show, let's see. It's sort of like this. It's like this. My scenarios, here we go. On the next slide.
Oh, on the side. Sorry about that. There you go.
Yeah, that's what I see. I did this on a white background, so it didn't blend well. But this is a Biden overperforms and wins Florida. So I do see it as fairly plausible that he'll win Florida. But then on the opposite side of things is the Trump overperforming scenario. That I put a 24% likelihood on, and that is Biden flipping Pennsylvania. Trump flipping, or not flipping, but keeping Pennsylvania. I see of these three states, of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, I see it most likely that Trump flips Pennsylvania. But yeah, if you look at it again, if you look down here at the odds again, 65% Biden, 35% Trump. So that's sort of how I see this election. That's what I see as likely. So yeah, where are your predictions at?
Yeah, I would say those are pretty fair. I would give more percentage over to Biden. I would say it's more like in the past I was calling it a 70-30, and I think I'm going to stick with a 70-30.
Yeah, that makes sense. Pretty similar to mine, though.
Very similar, yeah. I'm telling you, it's all in the minutia, this election.
It really is.
I want to be in an election where it's like, like if I was conscious during like Obama, if I saw Florida go for Obama, I would like lose my mind. I'd be like, man, this is entertainment. I want to be entertained in an election. You know what I'm saying? That's why WWE is so popular. Anyways.
Yeah. But yeah, I would say my main prediction is that it's going to be a close election.
Yeah.
I see either candidate having a landslide as fairly unlikely. I feel like the country is pretty evenly split.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I guess final thoughts now. That was pretty cool. Presidential elections, we went through all of them.
Yeah, I think it's just important to put it into perspective, because when we're sitting here, and this is really the first election that we are conscious for. Last election we were younger. We were 12.
It was more memes.
Yeah.
It was more memes. Yeah, it was all like memes and.
It was like Trump said fun. Small loan, and then we created an entire video series.
Yep.
But this is the first one where we're like, oh. And that's the thing. It's the that's what gets you into politics. Because if you take someone, like everyone initially has monkey brain, they don't want to be in politics, but it's always the it's like, I didn't really care about like what's happening with college, and then it's like, I'm going to college, and then it's like, I don't care about, or I don't really feel any which way towards abortion, and then it's like, someone in my family.
I like that that is.
Yeah.
It so perfectly encapsulates it. Yeah, I think this is a pretty intense election of I think the last 5 elections have been much calmer than this one, I would say.
Definitely.
And
because
probably farther back as well, but
there's obviously some people that were like, if we end up with Obama, it's all over, or if we end up with I don't think anyone was like, if we end up with McCain, it's all over. But it's it's kind of rare that but what I was saying about the people that said, if we end up with Obama, it's all over. That was a small group of people. Now, depending on what side you're on, it doesn't matter. Like if you are a Democrat, if you're a registered Democrat, and then you think that if Trump wins, it's going to be over. If you are a registered Republican, if you think that and Biden wins, that if you Jesus Christ, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Well, it's also really concerning. I saw a poll, and this applies to both sides.
Don't you dare misunderestimate me.
This applies to both sides of the political spectrum, but they did a poll recently that showed that more people are willing to justify political violence.
Yeah,
they are
100%, 100%.
Violence for their political cause, and I think that is the most concerning of any trend.
That is you are absolutely right in that.
Because this democratic process has been maintained for over 200 years, and it did start a civil war once, but that was an incredible mistake, and I would hope that we as a country have gotten to the point where we can keep that from anything similar from happening again. I don't think a civil war is going to happen. I've heard people say that. That's ridiculous. But there could and probably will be some unrest after the election, regardless of who wins. And I'm not sure how extensive that unrest will be. Hopefully it's just peaceful demonstrations, but it could erupt into violence between groups of people. And that would be very, very concerning. So,
Yeah.
but hopefully this puts it in perspective. I mean, there's been some pretty crazy elections in the past. I mean, corrupt bargain, Henry Clay, right? You've got
Will Plumer.
Will Plumer. You've got FDR winning
Pray tell Will Plumer pulls up. Pray tell. But yeah, no, we've gotten some characters throughout the years, you know?
Yeah, definitely some interesting people.
You know, we've gotten bad presidents, good presidents. And the thing is that all of those presidents, besides Gerald Ford, were elected.
Yeah.
We put them there.
Yeah.
Gerald Nobody
Ford
else put them there.
His Senate race, you know. He got
sure.
To the
you know
Senate,
what? Aces to you, Gare Bear. But we put them there. Yep. It's there. It is no mistake. It is like you can claim, oh, there's corruption, there's this. There's obviously some degree of corruption. There in any human-run system, if a system is not run by machines, it is going to have some level of bias.
Yeah.
So you could claim that. You could scream it to the hills all day. It doesn't matter. If someone is the president of the United States, they have been put there by the people of the United States, and that's just
also,
a fact.
We have survived every single U.S. president. You know.
Yeah, look at me.
So it's
I'm doing all right. I survived Obama. No, Obama was fine. Obama was like.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about the history of the nation, we came very close to tearing apart, but through the years, we've had 45 presidents so far, and the nation has survived all of them. And I don't think that will change this election. I don't think that the fear-mongering over either candidates is really accurate. I don't think either candidate is going to ruin the nation. I think that's unreasonable.
I think it's also, and tell me what you think about this statement. I don't think that we know either candidate, and by that I mean there's two parts of that. So firstly, there's media bias. So whatever you watch, it's gonna have bias. Yeah. So it shows you either their best parts or their worst parts, and there are obviously sites that try to do both, but you know. And secondly, it's gotten more that politicians have to play themselves to be a character. And it was actually, I saw it when I was looking through Ronald Reagan quotes. One of the questions he got asked was, do you think an actor can be president? And Reagan responded with, every president has to be an actor, or something like that.
Yeah.
And I think that is so true, and it's the most true today. Like, people are like to say, this is the most contentious election. It's not, but it is the most...
I would say, as of recent history, it is fairly contentious.
It's very, recent history.
Yeah.
But not in U.S. history. But they are definitely playing characters, like... Trump likes to play himself off as a bold, confident, strong businessman. Yeah, and sure, he can be, but he's not like that 24/7. No one's like that 24/7. But anytime he gets up on the stage, he's got to be bold. He's got to be that. Go back a couple of years, JFK was just being JFK, right? He's just JFK. And Walter Mondale was just being Walter Mondale, and Richard Nixon was just being Richard Nixon.
Yeah, it's interesting. Also, another thing is that neither of these candidates are really unknown variables. He has been president 3.5 years already, and Biden has been in the Senate for like 30 years, right? Like, he's been in there for a long time. So both of these people have a tenure in office, and neither of them have yet destroyed the country, right? Exactly. So I don't think either of them will in the next 4 years. So, yeah. Yeah,
I guess all that's left is for I have to join the Skull and Bones, and I'll become the 50th president of the United States of America.
No, I think what we're going to see is on at the 11th hour, Monday, Henry Clay declares third-party presidential bid. What do you think? I think he'll win.
It's gonna happen.
Yep. Oh, but that's all the elections, guys.
There you go. That's every election. We've been sitting here for 4 hours.
Yes, almost 5 hours.
I can't even do math. Almost 5 hours.
Almost 5. Yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I'm gonna be busy tomorrow time stamping this whole live stream.
Oh yeah.
So that if you need to use any of this as a study tool, you can skip to either any section of the video,
Yeah.
So I hope you enjoyed. I hope we, have a fairly average election. Although
well, the thing is that we want it to be peaceful. We need it to be
exactly.
peaceful.
I hope that we have a good election. I'm excited for Election Tuesday. I hope to see some results, although I do expect we may not see some results, but I think it would be comforting to see the results on Tuesday, right?
And
but yeah.
I don't know. People have gotten so much more into politics over the last couple of years. Like, no one was running around in, like, the 1800s like, oh no, Benjamin Harrison got elected. It's like, okay, he's the president now. But now it's everyone. Now the president is watched by every move, and some people would say that that's accurate. All right, that's not accurate.
Well, the president has gained power. The president has gained power, so it does make sense that people. It does make sense, more.
And we're adhering to the principle that all authority has to be questioned. Right?
Yeah.
And I think that's good in some rights. I definitely think that's more good than bad, but we would be blind if we said that there isn't a bad side to it. And the bad side to it is that you can get sucked into it, man. Like, think about all the people that were, like, crying and, like, shitting themselves when Trump won. It's like, you shouldn't, like, it sucks if the person that you wanted to lead you isn't leading you. That's bad.
It's disappointing,
but if the president does not have enough power to completely derail your life.
Yeah.
Like, he does, like, it's the will of the people that at the end of the day, that's the most powerful thing in America. So whatever the election results are on the 3rd or whenever they count through them, you have to think to yourself, how is this going to affect me?
Yeah.
Firstly, you have to think that. And then secondly, how is this going to affect the country? And then thirdly, why isn't the McRib back? So that's the three things
I
you need
hope
to keep
that
in mind.
Personally, I hope that you get an opposition Congress to whoever's elected president, because I think what we need right now is compromise between the parties. Parties have really refused to compromise, and I think that if we get, say, a Democrat Congress to be a check for Donald Trump or a Republican Congress to be a check for Joe Biden, I think that will encourage bipartisanship, because the president will have to work with opposition members in the Congress, and they'll have to come to some common ground. That's what I really hope for.
I thought that I had a hope. I didn't think, but I had a hope that the pandemic would have actually brought them back together, because nothing brings people together like a crisis. But it seems like that didn't work. In fact, it only polarized them. Yeah. I think that, unfortunately, it's going to have to be either a very slow process, which is the preferred course of action, a very slow process of an opposition Congress and them working together, or it's going to be a war. And that war brings a country together with itself, unlike anything else, and a war would suck. It'd be honestly terrible, and I really hope it doesn't have to come to that for the political parties to work together.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I guess that's it.
Yeah.
That was the final thoughts. Not too much doom and gloom. I imagine a few weeks from now, we'll all be laughing again.
Yeah.
We'll be back to our normal lives. We won't be thinking about politics anymore. And I think that'll be pretty healthy for.
And this was the last recorded episode of the Gravity Max live stream.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are stressed about politics, and I think returning to normalcy a little bit is going to be very good for a lot of people. But that's it. So thank you guys for watching. This has been the longest episode other than the all-nighter stream. Isn't that interesting? So this has been the longest episode that is long, not because we specifically intended it to be long. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I'm going to stand up and my chair's going to follow me, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. My throat hurts. I'm ready to go to bed.
Yeah.
So thank you Thank you, Brendan, for joining us. I
Thanks,
know he's
Brendan.
not here now, but I'm just telling him maybe he watches this back at some point. I would like to thank Brendan for being our guest briefly today. And Sebastian, I would like to thank you for being my co-host as always, and sticking with me for such a long episode.
Always.
And I would like to thank the chat. Oh, the chat, we've got Stop It.
Stop It's in chat. Oh.
Stop It says, Stop It and my running mate, Jeb, will win on Tuesday in a 50-state sweep.
Oh,
Sarah Palin will be my Secretary of State. I will control both chambers of Congress. Nominally, they will be affiliated with their own petty factions, but I will ultimately hold all influence.
I didn't think he was going to make an appearance.